Hey everyone, I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D at Bishop Fox, coming to you live from DEFCON.
And I am co-host Tom Eston, also from Bishop Fox, and I am here to introduce our next guest, which is someone who knows a little bit about social engineering, and that is Alethe Denis.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank you so much for having me.
We are glad to have you. So social engineering. Now you have an interesting background, and I'm alluding to you did a podcast on Darknet Diaries,
Right.
Which was a awesome podcast, by the way, which I'm sure you've heard a lot of people talking about that. Can you tell us a little bit about your background and maybe how you got into social engineering? Because I find it fascinating.
Sure, absolutely. And also I want to recognize that Jack Reciter is an incredible storyteller who makes me sound way cooler than I actually am. But it was an absolute pleasure to do Darknet Diaries, and I've only gotten the most incredible feedback from that experience. But yeah, I essentially started out social engineering as a latchkey kid who had very loose parental supervision. Sorry, Mom. And I would ride the bus downtown in Santa Cruz and just see what I could get away with. And sometimes that was shoplifting. I think the statute of limitations is gone with that.
Yeah, I think you're fine.
But yeah, by the time I was 11, I had my own account at a local videotape cassette rental place, and they never asked me for an ID. I guess being 5'8" when you're in 5th grade helps.
Perhaps.
But yeah, I just started out just trying to essentially work the system everywhere that I could. And over time, I learned how to hack vending machines and just got away with a bunch of stuff. Never malicious. I didn't cause any like property damage, but I figured out that if I purchased a bunch of candy bars for 25 cents, I could sell them to the college kids that lived on campus where I lived for $3. So it was just this constant desire to push the boundaries and see how I could manipulate the system. Sneaking into movie theaters, stuff like that, that really started my career, so to speak, in social engineering. But I found DEFCON, and I learned more about social engineering and how it could be used in a positive way to protect companies, to educate individuals on how to protect their own assets and their families and their information. And it's just something that really sparked an interest in me, and I decided about 6 or 7 years ago that that's what I wanted to do with my life, and now I'm here.
Yeah, that's awesome. I'm sure it was hard kind of like drawing the line, right, between like ethical and non-ethical, and I think that's something that as an industry we struggle with, right?
Sure.
I'd love to get your thoughts on that. Like, how do we differentiate?
So ethics are something that are, I mean, you would think it runs contrary to social engineering in general, but ethics are something that are just incredibly important to me, and I'm actually honest almost to a fault. I'm overly transparent most often. People find me blunt and sometimes offensive. But anyway, the point is that I think it's something that we can absolutely stick with and promote, especially in red teaming, and still come out on top, but also leave our clients with a better understanding of security in general, and that they'll be more open to learning those lessons and engaging with us and seeing us as a partner rather than an adversary, even though that's really the goal of the engagement. But as far as ethics go, I don't think that you can go wrong if it's something that you would be comfortable telling the world. And in my experience, our clients have always been most appreciative when we're more on the purple side than the red, and really partner with them. Even if I'm doing a black box test, I'll give them the option of approving contacts, of, approving pretext in advance, and looking at the copy of the phishing emails. And if they, want to truly not know what's coming, that's up to them. But I just try to do things in a way that I would appreciate my vendor or my consultant doing things for me if I were them, and just being as transparent and open as possible.
So, and I think I don't know if this is just I don't know, I can't really think of the term at this moment, but the human element being the weakest link. So red team engagement, pen test, really tough target. Is it always the human element that wins in the end?
I think that humans can be more easily manipulated than computers. And networking and email filtering and all of these technologies that we have now to protect us have come a long way in the last 20 years. I don't know that humans have evolved quite as quickly. So I feel that acknowledging that the human element is important in a total security program is absolutely essential. There's no way that you can protect people using only tools and services. But at the same time, I feel like the training and the security awareness and the acknowledgement and training of social engineering does need to change, and it needs to become a part of a more holistic security program within a company, rather than something that we focus on separately from the greater idea and concepts of security. You can't really encourage a person to take an active role in securing business data if they don't care. So a lot of companies that we've spoken to, that I've done work for in the past, they say, you know, we're doing all these things, we're phishing people, we're doing security awareness training, it's not working. We still have a ton of click-through, we still have folks that are not participating or taking this as something important and that they need to heed. And I think that a lot of that comes down to company culture, because if the individuals who work for the company don't care about the company, they're not going to care about protecting the data. So at the very top of this, I think, yes, we have to acknowledge the human elements. Yes, we have to secure all the things as much as possible with the technology, applications, tools that we have. But at the very top of this pyramid is that company culture that has to be security centric and support the culture of reporting and people taking pride in protecting company, client, vendor, and their own employee data.
So speaking about company culture, what about compliance? The angle of compliance comes in, and people really have the best intentions. They think they're doing everything that they need to do. How is that not security? And I'm saying that leading because I've got strong opinions. I think we all have strong opinions about
I think
it.
we all,
a little bit.
Sure, I'm sure if anybody's trained in microfacial expressions, they would have just been like, she wants to talk about this.
Oh, this is, yes.
So I think this tendency towards compliance over security has won because we've become a culture of people who want to avoid blame and liability rather than finding ways to secure things because the goal is to secure things. So the security versus compliance argument is something that I've become very focused on in the past 12 months dealing with my clients. They seem very focused on frameworks and compliance and am I okay if I have this? Am I okay if I have that? You know, does that align with this control in this framework? And sure, maybe it does, but the issue here is not so much aligning towards a framework, it's that the security program should already be there. The framework should just be there to say, yes, the security program is good. We should not be making security programs based off of a framework and relying on those little checkboxes to keep us safe. But I think that a lot of it falls back towards this idea of insurance over proper security, and having that compliance is the checkbox to make sure that the insurance pays. And unfortunately, that is not going to be the case in a lot of instances going forward because it's getting tougher to get insurance. Cybersecurity insurance may not cover all the things that you think it should. And so relying on cybersecurity insurance policies as your safety net is not sufficient.
Yeah. So some of the questions that I've had in the past where I've got this, just go on a rant about compliance is not security. Then I wonder, like, am I just being too harsh? Is there some good that compliance is doing, raising awareness, a baseline of security or false sense of security? Like, what are your thoughts on that?
I think the idea of the framework and the security framework at its core is good. I think that people are misusing the frameworks and not making sure that they're looking at their organizations from the standpoint of truly wanting to secure them. They're just trying to make sure that they're compliant and move on with their lives. Because in most cases, these organizations are terribly under-resourced. So you have maybe one or two individuals that are responsible for all of IT and all of security, and they're completely overwhelmed. I've had clients where, we set up an assessment and it takes months just to organize the kickoff call or the first meeting for the assessment because that person is so completely overwhelmed with work. And so in an effort to minimize their, tasks, their daily obligations, that security framework, that compliance, that idea of compliance comes into play only to satisfy the requirements so that they can focus on all of the help desk tickets that they have, all of the immediate desk side support things that they have, all of the other processes that they have to contend with when it comes to technical security controls. So I think as far as the compliance idea goes, I think it's wonderful, but I think that we are not doing what the goal or the intent of those frameworks was from the beginning. And so the focus has shifted again to that security theater rather than true security practices, only because people are overwhelmed, they're stressed out, and I think if you've been in security for longer than 6 months, you're probably fried and maybe a slightly bitter when it comes to dealing with everything that you're getting hit with on a daily basis.
Yeah, I wanted to just circle back on social engineering, and specifically, I'm interested in your thoughts on phishing tests, because I still see a lot of clients and a lot of organizations that still have this antiquated, mindset of I'm going to test all of my employees, I'm going to count clicks, and in some cases, we've seen that employees are almost punished in a way for clicking that link. So I'm interested to get your thoughts on, is that still an effective way of security awareness?
So back to compliance. If you're doing a phishing test once a year because that's in your compliance framework requirements, that is terribly insufficient and you're not going to learn anything. And at that point, you may as well just assume that you're going to be compromised and then figure out how to remediate that problem that you have, whether it's a culture thing, whether it's just lack of security tools, email filtering, who knows. But doing a once a year email phishing test is terribly insufficient as far as believing that you have social engineering under control. It's not going to make an impact on your organization. And if anything, it will create an enemy of your security team with your employees. And the last thing that you want to do is have your staff view your security team as an adversary. So in the programs that I set up for phishing, I typically do phishing as a service where it's either monthly or quarterly. I recommend starting with quarterly so that you're not giving people the opportunity to be offended and find this to be just like they're being attacked. Like I already have so many things to do in a day, and now I've got to worry about every email in my inbox being booby trapped. That's not a great feeling. So as far as phishing tests go, I will not do a phishing test unless the client can show me that they've done security awareness training within the past 6 months. I will set up quarterly phishing, and then if they haven't been trained, I will train them first, and I insist on that. I don't agree with setting staff up for failure.
Yeah.
I think that's very contrary to that culture of reporting and the buy-in that we want to get from staff in protecting the company. And then as far as training goes, I focus more on the individual than this is your job, this is our data, you have to protect it, because that's ineffective as well. So that idea of training and phishing go hand in hand. And I think that that creates a much better opportunity for success with the employees. And then I gamify the heck out of it. And it can be fun, silly things. It can be, tangible rewards. It can be all kinds of stuff, just depending on the company culture, what's important to them. I let them dictate those things. And then I really want to empower the security team to act as my insiders during those tests. And if I can capture the conversations that people are having in internal chats, like, hey, I saw this email, looked really fishy, and oh my gosh, look at this one, this link is ridiculous. And I give folks an opportunity to spot the first couple. You don't want to just hit them with the hard ones right up front. I want to give people the opportunity to have success so that they learn. Of course, there's always going to be individuals who fail, but in that case, I don't encourage punishment. I really want to look at this from a more positive angle and encourage that opportunity for learning and coaching, because some people, ultimately, myself included, learn the hard way. And it's just one of those things where if I'm clicking through a PowerPoint, I'm not going to learn the thing. But if I click on an email and find out that I was making a mistake there, I'm going to learn through that mistake.
That way again.
Right. I don't want to do that again.
And I think
and it's not something that needs to be publicized. It's not something anyone needs to know, except for that employee. Of course, if you've got an individual that is being absolutely reckless and it's just a pattern, I mean, that's an instance where you may have to take that person aside and just educate them more on like a one-on-one basis. But overall, I would say phishing once a year, insufficient.
Yep.
It's not going to make a dent. It's not worth spending the money on. If you're going to phish only once a year, you might as well put that budget towards great security awareness training and fostering that culture of security and reporting within your staff.
Yeah. So how do you handle situations where, you know, employees through, if you're doing vishing or phishing or whatever it is for maybe to show security awareness, how do you handle people that feel like they've been conned? They've been tricked by somebody?
So first of all, I will never use a pretext that is fear-based or that is extremely manipulative or harassing or negative in any way. Every pretext that I use is very benign. It sounds like a normal corporate conversation between two people from the same company or two different companies, and typically it sounds pretty lame. If you were to listen back to the recording, you'd be like, I don't understand what just happened right there. But in doing that, when people understand that the conversation with the nice lady on the phone was not good, then they start to become more guarded in conversations that they have in the future. But they're also not really feeling like they were taken advantage of or manipulated, and they are more open to learning. And with vishing in particular, sometimes I just feel like I'm shooting puppies in the face.
Oh, gosh.
And it's not great, but like I've never had a single individual not go to the link that I gave them over the phone. Not one time has anyone ever pushed back. Wow. And so this is something that we really need to address with our staff, and just making sure that they understand the dangers of the information that they're giving, as well as their need to be helpful and accommodate requests over the phone. Things are not always going to sound like the typical scams that we're aware of that are out there, that are popular, like those that are social media based and that we can easily recognize. Sometimes things do sound pretty tame, normal. And that can be something that I think most people tend to forget, because especially with vishing, you are on the spot. You have to make a decision immediately. And if there is even the hint of an artificial time constraint, typically people will comply.
So one thing that I've seen is kind of like a one-size-fits-all approach to either security awareness or phishing or things of that nature. This is an email, this is a link, this is what you don't click on. But what about job function and job role and tailoring certain curriculums specifically for job roles that are targeted from, you know, people that are perpetrating these attacks?
That's a really excellent point. I think at the core, there are some fundamentals that are consistent across all job functions, but specializing and customizing that content to fit developers, for example, who may inadvertently share secret keys on publicly accessible places, or making sure that customer service and support staff are very well versed in processes and don't circumvent those processes to verify that account holders do have access to make these changes and that those people are the actual people on the phone. Making sure that those things are communicated in a way that is engaging and that resonates with staff. It's tough to do if you're not doing some kind of live training that has a way for folks to engage with each other in person. But I have seen some providers that do it really well, and finding the provider, whether that's a free or a paid service, that creates content that is in alignment with your company culture and that can provide those specialized or customized elements for specific teams within your company, that I think is very important.
Yeah. Well, Alethe, thank you so much for joining us here. I really appreciate it. This has been a fantastic discussion on social engineering and just...
Yeah, where can people find out more about you and what you got going on?
Well, thank you so much for having me. It was an absolute pleasure to meet you both. People can usually find me on Twitter, and I will be roaming around DEFCON for today and tomorrow.
Nice.
So don't hesitate to stop me. I've got stickers.
Stickers, everybody.
All right, sounds great. Well, thank you, Alethe, and thank you, everyone. Stay tuned for more from Bishop Fox Live. Hello, everyone. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D at Bishop Fox, coming to you live from DEFCON.
And I am Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also from Bishop Fox. And I am very happy to introduce our next guest, which is Ray Espinoza. Welcome to the live stream, Ray.
Thank you very much. I'm excited to be here.
Awesome. So maybe for our audience, tell us a little bit about your background and what you've been up to.
Sure. So I am the Chief Information Security Officer for Inspectiv. It's a Series A startup that I joined about 4 months ago. Extremely excited about that. Been in security for a very long time, it feels like, about 16 or 17 years, and came up on the infrastructure side.
Nice.
I also coach high school football.
Oh.
I'm a dad of 4, and I celebrate 20 years of marriage with my wife this coming year.
Congratulations.
Congrats.
That's
Congrats.
awesome.
Oregon Ducks fan?
Big Oregon Ducks fan.
Okay,
Go
so-
Ducks.
We're going to have some talks here soon with the dogs and the ducks here soon. But anyhow, we'll save that for a separate conversation. Anyhow, I know I've known you for a while now. Big on security education and mentoring and mentorship. What's your philosophy there?
I've had so many folks invest in me as I continue to grow up, and I feel like it's absolutely opened up many of the opportunities that I was able to experience and have as I grew into where I am now. And so I feel like it's my obligation, my responsibility to give back very much in the same way. But it feels very natural to me as well. I love to coach, I love to compete, I love to give back, and it fits really well. I wish more of my peers, and the more that I talk to, the more that I hear that they're starting to invest more time, and it's fantastic. But I'm very passionate about it because folks need better guidance. They need a lot of support to continue to grow, just because I know how much it impacted me early in my career.
Yeah, and I've heard similar conversations earlier today and just over my career of just kind of just floating around, and like security is this thing that appeared out of nowhere. There wasn't a guide. There was just an anecdotal evidence of somebody doing something well, and okay, well, figure it out yourself kind of a way. So we're really past that, I think, and it's really awesome that that's something that really drives you and huge passion. Speaking of driving, what about driving diversity? I know it's been a very big topic as of late, where it's just, DEFCON, and I don't really even remember when it was, but you go to DEFCON, or it's almost like a Rush concert. You have to go to the restroom, and there's this huge line for men's.
All these black T-shirts too.
Yeah, yeah. So, what are your thoughts there in helping improve that balance?
I'm extremely passionate about it. Very many times in my career, being the only Mexican-American person in my organization, as I continue to grow into the leadership team and whatnot, that number pretty much stayed the same. It contributed a lot early on in my career to a lot of imposter syndrome of like, oh, well, I didn't graduate high school. I have tattoos. I grew up in a rough area, but I still worked hard and I still contribute to the organization. And so through some of that, I feel like it's important to make sure that others who don't have an opportunity or feel like maybe they can't get to that same level, that they know that it's there and they have folks around to be able to help kind of guide and give advice. A lot of it is just having an understanding that it's possible, or that, I talk to kids in high school, I talk to kids in college. Many of them don't even think about cybersecurity as a path, and they hear about it and they're like, that's actually kind of cool. And it's like, great, maybe that's a seed and maybe they take it somewhere. I know when I was that age, I thought about doing something completely different than what I'm doing now. But just for others to know that there's a path and an opportunity there, I think that's huge.
Yeah, absolutely. So shifting gears a little bit into kind of a passion topic that I think we all share here, vulnerability management. How do you see vulnerability management evolving? Because I've always seen and had this thought of like, wow, this is really great, I'm doing a great job, but there's always something that needs to be better. And I can't ever find out what that silver bullet metric or variable is. What are your thoughts there?
Well, I cut my teeth into security doing incident response and security monitoring. So I'm very much into that ounce of protection is worth more than a pound of cure, because I've done many, many pounds of cures for lots of issues. So I'm extremely passionate about that. Honestly, I feel like the more that we see, there's not one silver bullet. I think it's a continued collection of multiple ways of finding vulnerabilities. There's amazing folks, many of them here in this building today, who are great at finding vulnerabilities. Many of our organizations continue to use technology to find ways more quickly in between some of the manual testing. So I feel like we have to layer all of these together in the way that we do many of our security programs to keep taking steps forward. And then we have to push ourselves and others in the industry to keep driving innovation to help us do it faster with higher fidelity and help those who are on the front lines trying to make sure they can secure their business.
I think one of the areas comes into prioritization, drinking from the fire hose. I've got, and coming from like the web scanner world, my experience of, I can generate 300 critical vulnerabilities that you need to fix. Well, which one's the most critical out of 300 that I fix first? So how do you feel about prioritization and vulnerability management and how the two go together?
Very much hand in hand. I've had many times where I've had to approach the business and say, these are all the issues. Okay, here's 10 criticals. Great, Ray. We only have cycles to fix 5 of them. Which 5 do you want us to go after? The first time I had that conversation, I was like, let me look again. The next time I made sure that we circled back, we had enough context to say, well, we believe that these are exploitable right now. These ones, we feel it's imminent, but we may have some time. And so all that context continues to make it easier. And I love seeing others in the space who've focused on that specifically to help us. Early on, I remember we had to build all that context ourselves. And sometimes we were wrong. And that's where it makes it tough. But the business needs it, because I know that they can't do everything and they want to. I just need to enable them to make the best decisions possible.
Yeah, what are your thoughts on kind of metrics around vulnerability management and dashboarding and all of that? Do you see like more companies now are looking for like that one single solution to give them the red, green, or yellow status of all the vulnerabilities in their organization? Like, what's kind of your thoughts on where that all may be going?
I don't know if there's ever been in my career, or I can even think about like one view that says this is the is the thing. So regardless of how much I push vendors, or as we talk internally about some of the products that we're trying to build, I still think it comes down to of who am I trying to inform, and what are they trying to do with this information? Mm-hmm. Is it the board? The board may care, are we doing well? Are we managing risk well? How do we compare to others of similar size and whatnot? My exec team and I, we may care a little bit deeper of how do we continue to manage. And then my security operations team thinks about it completely differently. So yeah, I think it's a long-winded way of saying, I don't know if we can ever get to a single way. I still think it comes down to I need different views and different levels of information for each of the different stakeholders that are a part of it. The folks who own remediation, one of the ways that I've had to work with them is to add a level of accountability to say, well, here's the things that we have, here's what we've communicated, what we talked about, and what we'd agreed on. Here's how you're meeting the commitments that we made. It doesn't mean that everything I brought to you, you're fixing everything, but when we had that conversation around resourcing and whatnot, and what we felt was best for the business without affecting velocity of product delivery, this is what we're able to handle. And so just keeping those business relationships going, but holding each other accountable, those are the things that I find that are much more impactful in being able to track than kind of those large dashboards. Because there's a little bit of security theater at times. Maybe you want something that looks really cool in the SOC and whatnot, but still it comes down to how do I make it easy for my stakeholders to understand, and how can I make it easy for myself and my team to pull that information together to have that conversation.
So you have an extremely impressive background and track record of building security programs in your history. Coming into an environment where there's no real security muscle memory built in, what's kind of your mindset of how do you triage where you start?
A lot of conversations, trying to best understand what is the company and the business, what's important to them, what are they trying to achieve, and how do I best layer on security. I really start with why. I ask a lot of questions, and then I say, well, here's how I'm thinking about what we need to do collectively together. Here's what it is, and here's why it's important. Can we get on the same page around why we believe that's important, and are we working towards the same outcome? Once I started leading with why, all of those conversations got easier. I got more folks to lean in and say, hey, well actually, this really bothers me, and I've seen my team, we've talked about it, we don't know where to go with this. What do you think we should do? And as I'm furiously writing down, creating my risk register, and it gets longer and longer, but part of it is, building trust and, treating all those respectfully. Like, all those decisions were made for the business at different points in time where they were continuing to manage. So I never judge anything that happened before, whether nothing really happened on the security front or specific decisions that were made. I have the opportunity to say, well, I get to look at this at a point in time and going forward. Well, what are the decisions that we now need to make to be able to best manage that? And then I continue to bring that back. Here's my plan. Here's what the next 2 years look like at a high level, but we're going to plan on a quarterly level so we can keep track of, as the threat landscape changes and we need to make small course corrections, we can do that naturally. But does this make sense? Do you feel like I'm off? And if so, share that with me. Help me figure that out. Because I want to make sure I didn't hear something and I'm making assumptions off of what I thought I heard. Turns out to be completely wrong. Ask me why I asked that question, because I've made that mistake, early in my career and been able to learn from it.
Well, going back to security education, where do you think you can make, or not you specifically, but where can we collectively as an industry make the most impact in furthering security education?
I think it's taking a different approach to it. I remember early in my career hearing, different engineers, like, oh, the end users are dumb, or these non-engineers are dumb, and it always got under my skin. And so I've taken the approach of like, well, people learn differently. I learn differently.
Yeah.
I have 4 kids. They all learn differently. I need to approach security education the same way. Some folks need it to be, constantly around and something that they can engage with, because it makes them a little bit nervous, a little scared. It's not something that they feel really comfortable with. I've taken the opportunity to make sure that we hit some of the compliance requirements with CBT-based stuff just to start, and then it becomes brown bag conversations. It becomes threat briefings. It becomes, technical events to help reinforce some of those, and never treating anybody with that, hitting them with the stick of like, bad choice. You should have done better. And it's like, no, what could I have done better as a security leader? What could my team have done better to enable you to make a good decision? And trying to use some of those analytics to drive, well, maybe we need better tooling. We need more ways to engage, using Slack, using just, I found just all those different ways to do that. I've got much better buy-in and have those folks to say, this feels weird, and I know that I can bring that concern to you, and I'm not going to be chastised for it. Or, I'd rather, I had a boss of mine say, I'd rather someone report a fire and it turns out to be, just somebody barbecuing in the background rather than, a house on fire. I want them to feel comfortable, calling and saying, hey, I think I smell smoke. Can you come and check this out? And we're going to treat them with respect. But the education piece, I think it needs to be all around with different methods and then enable them to engage.
Do you find it also has to do with the company culture as well? Like, some cultures are going to have, I think, just maybe they're more open to things and doing different types of activities, and like you mentioned a few of those things. Do you think that that's a big part of it, is the culture?
I think all that does is contribute some headwinds. I've been at places where there was a lot of folks that already leaned in, and that was great. I've been at organizations where you didn't talk about security all that much, but I felt like I'm up for the challenge. Let me continue to try to find the right way. Can we do more? Absolutely. If we need to make small changes that fit overall with the company culture, we can roll with that, but it's also my responsibility to kind of push some of that. We're, as leaders, we're also responsible for setting the tone for the culture that's there. And so I like to try to push the bounds and then collect a ton of feedback. I would do security NPS scores to all of our employees to say, do you feel like we're educating you enough and in the right ways? And then also subjectively, we're going to give you a view into what we're prioritizing for security for the organization. Do you think we're at an appropriate level of security? Many folks in their role may not have that level of knowledge, but I want to know, how do they feel emotionally about that? And a lot of that is through tons of different ways that we engage with them, but it's all interesting. But that also helps to start to drive change in a company where security culture wasn't already set. But making it easy to engage and treating folks with respect, I sure as heck get a lot more folks to lean in with it.
Yeah.
So I don't know, I'm going to put you on the spot here a little bit.
Great.
A little bit. Football, we've got offense and defense. Security, offense, defense. Have you found your background in security to help you as a coach?
Absolutely. As a blue teamer deep in my heart, as much as I've continued to get into offensive security,
it's okay.
in the same way, in the same way that we watch film, the same way that we put our practice plans together, the way that we scrimmage, the better we understand our opponents, our adversaries, the more prepared we can be. When our adversary or our opponents do something really well, it's an opportunity for us to learn and say, what can we do different? What can we do better? You'll find that kind of a theme, like I very much ask myself all the time, but it makes a lot of sense in just about everything that we do, is that we can constantly learn from each other. Same thing when we're watching, we're on defense and we're watching film. These are some of the tendencies. These are the best ways that we can prepare ourselves to be in the right position for that situation to be able to respond appropriately. It sure as heck sounds a lot like the security teams, right? Enabling them with the tools, the training, the process to give them an opportunity to win and respond well. And so it fits hand in hand.
I'm like, that was a very poor put you on the spot question, because that was a fantastic answer. I don't think I could have answered that any better myself, but yeah, that was great. So tell me about being a chief information security officer. Like, blue teamer at heart, I understand where that kind of fits in, but from the offensive security mindset and me personally, where I am in life or where I would go, it's not, I feel like it takes a special person to be a chief information security officer. Can anybody be a chief information security officer, or are there certain qualities that predict that that's where you're going to be?
I'll start off with the statement that anybody can be a chief information security officer. It depends on the organization and the type of persona or person that they're looking for to fill that role, and ultimately the responsibility and the impact that that role has at the organization. I've seen organizations where the CISO is a part of the executive team, and I've seen that where they are several layers down. So I think it's really different. I've also seen completely different paths to be able to get to that CISO title. What I find as a common theme every time I have conversations with some of the folks that are peers is they genuinely care about people. They've continued to learn about how they allow security to complement what the business is trying to accomplish, and they're continuous learners. But they've come from different paths. I've seen folks who are extremely successful that have come up as consultants, folks like myself who've come up on the technical side or the blue team side, offensive security folks. And as long as you care about people, you can build great teams, keep folks happy, and keep showing value to the business. I find those folks continue to be successful, and they continue to be sought after, and they end up having great experience and lots of impact.
Excellent. Well, that's reassuring that anybody can be a CISO if they've got the right mindset for it. I think even me. I think I've just got the aspect of my consulting career and how I've interacted with CISOs in the past, where it's been very, there's a defensive aspect that comes into play, specifically when you're a pen tester delivering your results and your reports to the executive team of your client. There's some interesting conversations that happen there, and I'm like, wow, I'm glad I'm on this side of the fence and instead of the other side, which is the blue team, red team aspect where Tom and I are talking about.
It was interesting. Yesterday, one of my team members presented at Black Hat, and in the room after she was done, there was a person who sat behind me, who I believe I met and engaged over LinkedIn. She said, this might be a silly question, but do you think I could be a CISO? And the first thing that I said is absolutely. And she's like, oh, well, I second guess myself, and I wonder how to get there. And I'm like, well, I'm happy to have that conversation of how I got there, and maybe there's a few nuggets that may help you on your way. But I said the first thing, I've seen folks will into existence just about anything. And I've also seen folks, and I've been there at times as well, where some of the negative self-talk, some of the doubt would keep me early in my career from being able to do things that I wanted to do. And then I told her, like, it's your inner voice. If your inner voice says, I can do this, I will develop the skills, I will seek out those opportunities to learn, it's absolutely possible. But if you tell yourself, nope, I'm just not good enough, I come from this area and there's not a lot like me, that's, you will find a way to hold yourself back.
Yeah, I think it's a lot of that just imposter syndrome that a lot of us just have of like, I can't do this. It's impossible, right? Maybe talk a little bit about how you help your team and employees like overcome imposter syndrome, because that's a big deal, I think, especially in our industry.
A lot of it is celebrating some of the wins that they have that that are really meaningful. I've had so many conversations with folks on my team, with folks that I've mentored outside the organization, where I ask them, "Tell me about yourself. What do you do? What are you proud of?" And they're like, well, I did this, and I was like, "Hold on, that is pretty amazing." And once you have an opportunity to hear some of that and think about that, I worked with an executive coach who worked with me specifically on imposter syndrome. That was one of the things that I wanted to focus on, and he did that a lot with me as well. Of like, can I make an observation? He would say, I think that's an incredible achievement. Why do you bring that down? And I'm like, I don't know. Maybe it's because I'm constantly challenging myself. And he's like, what if, one of your sons was asking you, what you thought about them having that same achievement? And I'm like, well, I love the heck out of my kids. So I'm going to be, that's amazing. That's incredible. I'm going to throw them up in the sky and try to catch them, even with my oldest being 24 years old.
That could hurt.
And so he challenged me to think differently. And it was, am I a work in progress? Heck yeah, I'm constantly trying to get better. And I don't think I'm ever going to be fully satisfied. And said, yeah, I made it, because that's when I feel like ultimately things will start to go downhill for me. But it's a lot of helping folks understand that, continue to find some of those opportunities, celebrate those victories, look down the mountain at how far you've come, and be impressed with that journey, even though there's still a path ahead that you need to get before you get to the top, whatever the top is for that person.
I'm guilty as charged on that aspect too. I'm always like, this is where I'm at, this is where I'm going, and spend very little time of looking at the journey and sitting back and cherishing those accomplishments. So yeah, I think let's hear a little bit more about Inspectiv.
Absolutely. So Inspectiv is a vulnerability detection platform. We started off in the bug bounty space. We've learned tons of stuff from the bug bounty space. And I mentioned this a little bit earlier. There's absolutely and will always be a place for humans looking for security flaws that technology just has not had the ability to catch up to. We are working on some automated technology to supplement some of that testing. We also look for partnerships with folks who do pen testing like yourselves, because we believe that our customers need multiple ways to engage to find vulnerabilities on the assets that we have. And we have a SaaS platform for our customers to be able to consume those vulnerabilities. We're trying to, all the work that we do is to make sure that we're an extension of the team. We're doing the validation of vulnerabilities that come in before our customers even see those. And so that way they know when they see something on their platform, it's actionable, it's been recreated, it's been verified. They can take that with their team and then engage. And many times we try to give proof of concept videos and whatnot, because many times, I've been guilty in having conversations with engineering teams of like, well, I see all this text in a ticket. I don't know if I can really feel the impact, but if you can show them a video how stored cross-site scripting can then expose a customer cookie, holy cow, okay, now that's a little bit more meaningful. I can get behind trying to drive remediation. So I try to do a lot of that.
Yeah, that's actually a funny story. It's one of the first learnings I had early in my consulting career. This is a critical cross-site scripting. You should fix it. I don't care. It says hello. It's reflected. I don't big deal. And then turn that into a combination of effects to make it sprinkle in some phishing and sprinkle in some targeted recon and sprinkle in some web development to make it look absolutely legitimate and convincing. And suddenly, you up the success rate and you up the remediation aspects of that specific issue. So definitely something that really resonates with me in that front as well. You got to show versus just tell. It's one of those weird concepts.
Absolutely, and we have an amazing team. We're about 20 employees right now.
Awesome.
I firmly believe that with the right folks, you can pretty much solve any problem. And we have the right folks. We have the right team. It makes me excited to get up almost without my alarm clock going off. I'm excited to get out of bed, get some work done, and it's incredible. It's a good feeling. I talk about it here so much throughout this week, and I'm like, gosh, I feel like I'm selling car insurance. Like I'm a little bit too excited, and I need to bring it down a little bit. But I'm really excited with the team we have, and excited at the direction that we're headed.
Awesome. So can you tell our audience where they can find out more about you and kind of stuff that you got going on?
Sure. So the best place to engage with me is going to be on LinkedIn, Ray Espinoza. I'm also on Twitter at Ray Espinoza Sec. Between one of those two, you're going to be able to get a hold of me, and I'd love to hear any questions or any feedback.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for coming on the live stream, and we'll have more of our live stream coming up. So stay tuned.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I am Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox. and I am very pleased to introduce our next guest, who is the CEO of Bishop Fox, Vinnie Liu. Welcome to the live stream, Vinnie.
Thanks for having me, guys. Appreciate you fitting me in, although I've squeezed me into your busy schedule. You guys have much more important people to talk to, but I appreciate the opportunity to chat with you guys.
Well, we're glad to have you, and I know it's been a busy week, right, here at all the cons, security summer camp, as we like to call it. So, what's your thoughts on the week so far?
Thoughts on the week so far? Yeah. It's been interesting, right? Because I've mostly been up, and around Black Hat. Been having a lot of meetings. Obviously, a lot of my conversations so far have really been around, at Black Hat's a little bit more businessy, right, than DEFCON. DEFCON's got a lot of the cooler content, I think, in my opinion, and a lot of it has been around like the market conditions of what's going on in the economy, both in the U.S. as well as globally. Really trying to understand that. What's the impact for cybersecurity going to be, as well as I think a lot of investors wind up going to Black Hat trying to figure out like what's the next trend and what's the next thing. And a lot of CISOs are there trying to figure out what's new that I need to be aware of. So a lot of the conversations around that and some combination of those two or three things. So it's been very interesting. I've been hearing different stuff and just trying to get a pulse on what's going on.
Yeah, that's awesome. I've been hearing from a lot of people that this has been kind of like a reunion of sorts because a lot of people just haven't attended any conferences for so long. And I know for me personally, it's been great just networking and getting back to seeing people I haven't seen in so long, and then having those conversations like you said. Yeah, it's been really impactful, I think, this week.
Yeah, I was out till like 3 a.m. last night, just catching up with people. Right, you got like a full day of meetings and planned events, dinners, and things like that, and then afterwards you go out and you have a chance to actually see all your friends and people that you haven't seen in years in some cases, depending on when the last time they were at Black Hat. I mean, I feel like it is very much like a reunion, and it's been energizing that I can actually still stay up till 3 because I'm excited to see my friends. Like I'm definitely getting older.
Getting old.
Yeah, we're getting older. But yeah, no, it's cool, man. I love that we can both be excited about all the new stuff that is happening in our field, and I think that's always been one of the best things about cybersecurity is just how cutting edge and cool it still remains. But even having a chance to be nostalgic and saying like, remember the Alexis Park and how terrible that was, but it was the best thing at that age, right? Back then, 20 years ago, and it was like, this is amazing. So
I was telling someone the other day, like I actually missed the Riviera, and like no one would say that back then. Oh yeah, like no way. Yeah, but Riviera was kind of dumpy and all that, but I actually missed that. Like a smaller DEFCON, right?
Is that hotel still around?
No, the Riviera was torn down.
It was okay. Yeah. I was
years ago. I know it doesn't even exist now.
Yeah.
I guess that's one of the things I miss of like, I feel like these conferences have gotten so big, like DEFCON is like 30,000 people and like
is that the attendance?
I think it's something like that. It's huge. Wow. And to think of like, I guess in my mind it makes me feel like, does that change like the content, right? And maybe it doesn't necessarily because now there's just so many people attending, but it's fun to reminisce sometimes of when early on we were going to those cons.
I've always felt like there's a lot of great content here. What I would say, given sort of the speed of the news cycle and sort of the speed and change in the way people communicate, like I'm just as likely to see really amazing research or work come out of the community throughout the year as I am to see it at DEFCON, where I feel like back in the day, it would be the case where like Black Hat would be where you drop 0 days. Like if you had a 0 day, you would just present it, mic drop, peace out. That's how you got a Black Hat talk. Like here's some problems. Good luck with that. But I mean, obviously that's not the case anymore. And I think obviously as it's matured over time, like DEFCON continues to be sort of more where the technical meaning tends to be. And you see a lot more like geopolitical stuff at Black Hat, right? And that's interesting as well. But I don't know. Do you guys? I mean, for me, I come for the community, right? Just to see people, and to reconnect with people and to meet new people. And I'm curious if you guys feel like that's shifted for you. Do you feel like that's the case for most people? I mean, I know we're spitting in the wind here. I don't know.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Especially, as I've grown in my career and I've had different experiences and different jobs and different roles, it's been less about I'm going to learn something at a talk versus I want to go and now build relationships with people, either people that I know or people that I just haven't met yet. And just through introducing or getting introduced to people, I find that a lot more valuable for me, just kind of where I'm at in my career. But early on, it was all about the talks. Like I wanted to get into as many talks as possible and just soak in all that information.
I was just going to say, literally right before you came to join us here, I was just having that conversation. Like, wow, it's been so long since I've spoken to people and folks, and just that opportunity to reconnect and look back and be like, I can't let that relationship die on the vine like that any longer. Got to keep in touch much better than I have. So
I mean, our industry moves so fast. You guys have like 200% of your possible capacity to do, if not more. So it's really easy to get sucked into that and not even pause and say, wait a second, like take a breather here and see what's going on.
Yeah, several conversations that we've had today, it's centered around mentorship and security education and giving back and paying it forward. So one of the questions that we've got actually through the audience was, what do you consider a true entry-level position in security? Because we've talked about like experienced people dropping O-days at Black Hat, and there's folks out there that are just trying to get their feet wet and may feel intimidated in that area. So I'm curious what your thoughts are there.
What's a real entry-level position? I mean, I think the one that most people look at is like a SOC analyst, right? That's like kind of your standard, like, hey, let me get in, let me start to learn a little bit about network traffic, understand different activities, look at logs, things like that. It's a little bit more like in a structured environment, at least sort of the entry-level stuff. You can move your way up, you can start to grow from there. It kind of teaches you the fundamentals. So I get that. I think one of the new things that's been pretty interesting is the use of bug bounty programs, right? Bug bounty programs are obviously a great way to hone your skills and continue to, have an opportunity to go after targets and experiment against them, right? With a bit of a reward at the end there too. So I think that's been interesting from the offensive perspective. But I would say that there's, I think, more and more opportunities in other areas, not just in the SOC and response space, because I do feel like, because in cyber, oftentimes like we all come from like very technical backgrounds, but I actually believe that in the long run and for organizations, it's just as important to have the right programs and processes and policies and controls in place. So I do actually think there's an opportunity for people to get in and really support it from that perspective. I think threat intel is another area where if you've got language capabilities, you can begin to get into and understand more about the culture. Because again, like people oftentimes think about cybersecurity as being like a super technical field, and while it is, I think in many ways cybersecurity is exceptionally challenging from a technical perspective, because not only do you have to know how a system works, you have to know it so well, you have to know how it's not supposed to work. You've got to know technologies across the board. You can't just be like an operating system, a database, or like a application specialist. You really need to have a very, very broad understanding of all of that. And so, but I think as the industry expands, you're going to see a lot more opportunity to get in at, like what are some program policy aspects that I can take care of? What are some threat intelligence things that I can do, leveraging multiple disciplines that you might have in your background, which I actually hope allows people to kind of laterally move into the industry and not always feel like they have to come in from the ground up, because it, in a lot of ways, is going to be a way, way bigger problem before, things start to get under control.
Yeah. I think it's interesting how you see a lot of chatter on LinkedIn and on Twitter about these job postings that say, okay, you need 3 to 5 years of experience for an entry-level position. Like literally they say that. And it's like, I think that discourages a lot of new people or people that want to, get into cybersecurity because they see recruiters advertising jobs a certain way, and it probably is just a disservice, right? And maybe we need to think about how do we change the way we recruit and advertise for these more junior level types of positions. Yeah,
absolutely. I mean, I think that's ignorance in a lot of ways. I have this whole theory around this, which is, people just, expect to be able to put out a job posting these days and be like, and then people will show up and they will magically apply for my job because it's cybersecurity and it's cool. And I was like, no, it's not. It's not that way anymore, right? And there's so many different ways that we have to attack this problem. First of all, I think fundamentally, if you do that, you're really doing it wrong, right? You have to understand the market that you're applying into. And like humanity started out as like foragers. Like if you went to a place and there was like, you know, like, oh, there's berries on the bush or there's like an apple in the tree, like congratulations, you're the first one there. You can get that talent. But every bush and every tree has been picked over at this point. You know, like there's no secret island full of cybersecurity experts waiting to be hired. So like to go out there, it's I think in a little bit maybe just inexperience that leads people and, you know, recruiting departments in these big companies or whatnot, just to expect somebody to show up and apply. I think so much of what we have to do and the responsibility is to begin farming, right? To grow and develop our own talent. That's what allowed humanity to grow and thrive and expand and actually have a sustainable you know, food supply. And really that's what we've got to do in cybersecurity as well. It's one of the things that we're doing, and it's to like, you know, self-promote here, but like our Bishop Fox Academy investment is massive. It's massive. It's investment in internal third party, right? Training. It's not just training from the ground up, but it's also leveling up all the people. And I think the more companies have that, the better. It's the university relationships that we have both in Mexico and are expanding, right? That we absolutely need to be fostering the community. And we might train 100 people through the university programs in Mexico. Yep. And maybe a small fraction of those might join us. But it's worth it because in the long run, the community gets the benefit of that, right? And I wish more companies would do that, even if they didn't get every single piece of talent that came out of those universities. Like it needs to happen. And I wish more large companies would be willing to make that investment, right? But and this gets me onto a different tangent, but like that's fundamentally one of the biggest issues that I think like we're going to do it, and I hope others take notice and follow lead. You know.
Yeah, I think too really important aspect of what you were just talking about is developing from within as well, recognizing that talent that you've got already at your disposal that you don't necessarily need to go out and recruit and do a job function in that aspect for. Maybe the folks that are well suited for a particular role are right in front of you, and finding them and seeing if they're interested. There's a mutual interest, and then develop.
Yeah, and college isn't the only way that you can do it either. Like I was literally having breakfast with a security leader at one of the large global banks yesterday, and we were talking about talent. Everybody's talking about talent, and he gave me the example of like, look, one of the best analysts that I have for was a biomechanical engineer and like exceptionally talented, also happened to write Python code as part of mechanical engineering. And was like, look, you're a little bit unusual, but why don't you just, here's a piece of malware, do you understand it? He's like, yeah, within like 2 hours, he's like, yeah, I know exactly what's doing, here's what it's doing. And it's like, oh, that lateral thinking and skill set and a little bit of technical skill meant that person could hit the ground running like within months as opposed to years, like at a very high operating level. And I think we got to look for that as well, is look for those opportunities where like extremely intelligent, talented people just need a little bit of a boost. And that's, again, Joe, to your point, it's like, you don't have to start at the bottom. You can come in, you can make a lateral move, and you can actually have an exceptionally successful career in cybersecurity.
Yeah.
And opportunity to learn and grow.
It's amazing to me. I've seen people that have come from completely different career paths and end up in cybersecurity or in pen testing. I know we have several people at Bishop Fox, like I think of like Kelly Albrink, who was a fine arts dealer.
Yeah.
Right.
Like an Asian arts.
Yeah.
She knows jade really well.
Right.
Like I can tell if it's fake or not,
Yeah. There was a gentleman I worked with in my last role who was an ER nurse and became a pen tester. And what's interesting to me is they all bring different experiences to the table. For him, it was more about compassion and empathy that he could show towards clients because he had that medical nursing background, which I found fascinating.
One of my favorite CISOs was a nurse.
Yeah.
Started his career as a nurse and wound up as a CISO over a multi-billion-dollar. Like that's
crazy.
That's awesome.
Yeah, that human empathy aspect is supremely underrated, I think, as a skill in our field, and definitely it's rising as a theme in some of the conversations that Tom and I have had today, for sure.
Yeah. I mean, it is. I think as we become more enlightened about what leadership is and how to be effective, and how do we operate effectively as an organization, that those qualities, that ability to think differently becomes critical.
Yeah. So one of the things, and I know we've probably heard this throughout the week, of what's next for pen testing. I think that's like a big topic, and I'm sure there's been talks at both Black Hat, DEFCON, and B-Sides on that, and kind of the word continuous comes to mind. What are your thoughts on kind of the next evolution of pen testing?
Yeah, so I think of pen testing, and that's a pretty loaded term, but I think of like anything that's like all about finding vulnerabilities, whatever layer of the stack it's in, whether it's internal, whether it's external, whether it's product, if it's HTTP based or network based in some other way. I think when it comes to testing itself, and I think of just like security testing, I fundamentally think there's a few shifts, both at the market level, at the governmental and regulatory level, and at the technical level. So, like, I think what you're asking about, sort of the shift from a technical delivery aspect of things, and like when I think about that, it's like I think the premise is this: it's not so much 0 days that are just like everybody's stockpiling. Like, don't get me wrong, there are 0 days and they are being stockpiled, but they're being used sparingly. But the vast majority, like, there's a ton of breaches that are actually happening with a lot of impact, where it's not a 0 day, it's an end day. And where a lot of the issue comes in today is it's a game of speed. It is become a game of speed, where attacker sophistication and technology and equipment has gotten to the point where they're much faster than the defenders in terms of identifying opportunistic exploit paths. And so I think one of the things that Continuous provides us is security testing from the very beginning is like 2 weeks, 4 weeks, point in time, 1 to 4 times a year, really needs to be shifting along with everything else. It's not like you check your network for any intrusion twice a year for 4 weeks, right? No, there's a SOC you're monitoring constantly. Like, why would you not do the same thing on the proactive side? Because the SOC stuff is very reactive. It's like, how quickly can I detect? How quickly can I respond? How quickly can I, restore? And I think with proactive testing, you have to do the same thing. You can't have that old model, because attackers are basically saying, we're going to come after you constantly. So why are you only blocking twice a year? I'm throwing punches all year long. So that's the big difference, is that we've got to be practicing on how to be blocking constantly, getting ahead of the attackers from a speed perspective. So philosophically, I think that and without going down a huge rabbit hole, that's what I think is the big driver behind it. And are you guys? I mean, what are you hearing in the space as well around it? Like, do you feel like there's been a shift towards that? What are the obstacles to achieving it?
I think it's becoming more of an expectation that it is more frequent, it is more continuous, there is more advanced knowledge and foreknowledge of what issues are there. Also, just knowledge of what I own, what assets I have, and part of that comprise my entire attack surface. Like, what is it? One interesting question I'll let you answer too, Tom. I got another question queued up.
No, I mean, I think it's I agree with you completely. For me, it's also, point in time won't necessarily ever go away. There's always going to be a need for, the compliance-based, I need a traditional report because my auditor does and things like that. But I think
there's certain targets that hey, this product is going to get deployed in a power substation. No one's ever going to look at it. I need to harden it before it goes out. I don't want you testing it continuously, because you shouldn't be. Right. But it needs to be deployed before, checked before it goes out. So there's always these cases where it's not the end all be all.
Yeah, it's almost like an earmark of my current state of where I stand and in the progress of my security journey versus I'm okay until next quarter or next year or whenever. So the question that I had queued up, though, is just thinking about, we've had a couple discussions too about compliance and security and where they all interact, but also the aspect of compliance as it pertains to continuous security is also one of the things I maybe it is being discussed and I just don't really see it much, but I'm curious about the impact of continuous testing on compliance.
Yeah. Well, I think this speaks to kind of both market as well as regulatory change and sort of what we're seeing in the market. I would say from a compliance perspective, I think the thing that I think too is like PCI ASV requirements went from once a year to twice a year. Like, do I think they're going to go back to once a year? No. What I think, are they going to go to 4 times a year? Or are they just going to skip ahead and be like, you need to be continuously testing and identifying where your vulnerabilities are? You already start to see kind of glimmers of that in the government's CMMC requirements, where they're talking about having a program to continuously monitor your assets and continuously be looking for vulnerabilities around it, right? So you're starting to see that in the newer regulation that's coming out, and you're starting to see it in the updates of that. On the flip side, I would say that what we've seen in the financial services industry and the financial industry, as well as some of the technical, the bigger, more sophisticated technology companies, is we're actually starting to see them lean in a lot more. And I suspect healthcare, being a regulated industry, is going to come next. But we're starting to see them lean in very, very deeply into these, like, how do we continuously identify our assets, and then how do we continuously test them? Because I think for a large part, the attack surface market, and I'll say that in the what was originally defined as attack surface, because I think attack surface is now a term that's been abused so much from a marketing standpoint, because it sounds cool, that it becomes almost so generic, like zero trust, that you don't like zero trust.
What does that mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So but in terms of identifying assets and identifying, those types of things, like the challenge with that industry has always been like, it's not operationalized data and it's very thin and it hasn't been enriched. And I feel like that the direction that we really need to be going in is having like very enriched data, having much better information at hand that we can operationalize, or is already operationalized for you, to feed into being able to do something with it. Right? Because, like, again, we've got a cybersecurity talent shortage. So why would you go out there and buy like yet another data feed that then you've got to hire yet another person to then operationalize to give to somebody? Maybe if you pull that off successfully and everything goes well, you can use it. So I feel like there's going to be a confluence of the two, both continuous asset discovery and continuous testing. And I think, that's what we're betting on. Yeah. So, the other part, I think, from a market perspective, is one of the things that we've seen shift in the last 3 to 4 years is fundamentally nobody is willing to trust one another anymore, but in a good way, right? Is that after SolarWinds, we said, okay, so maybe we won't let people just self-certify and say like, we're secure, believe us, take my word for it. I've done a security, right? Security check. So from a compliance perspective, it's all well and good to like check the box on certain types of things, but you're starting to see this proliferation of companies that are basically helping you check the box faster, right? Because it's so painful. So you see a lot of these like startups like Drata and Vanta and others that are basically like, okay, it's super painful, but let's make it less painful and get you through the process. Do I think it's like meaningfully moving the security bar or, the ball forward? Like maybe a bit, the bar up a little bit, but I think we all understand that like, the SOC 2 ISO 27001 is like a standard that you kind of just need to have from a process and controls perspective. But what we're seeing now is also, it's like, okay, you had all that stuff, you still got breached, you still had stuff injected into your software. So we actually want to have supply chain security. We actually want to have testing done, and third-party testing, independent validation, went from being the gold standard to being table stakes. We're not going to work with you. As any enterprise organization is like, we're not going to work with you until you have your testing done by a third party. And the strictest ones are saying this short list of 5 companies are the companies that are actually qualified to do that testing, right? And you've got to work with one of them or get an exception, and we're going to interview and grill them to make sure that you did it the right way. Because, again, this isn't a check-the-box thing. You can't just hire anyone off the street. You have to do a good job around it. And I think that change and shift is driving a lot more of the proactive work that needs and should be done.
So I think you mentioned this a little bit earlier, talking about medical industry and the power, industry as well, energy. There isn't really a one-size-fits-all approach with continuous security or just security in general. For example, you have a medical device that has a vulnerability that is connected to somebody that's keeping them alive, and interrogating that device to find vulnerabilities may adversely affect the performance of that specific device, or the remediation, the recommended remediation may require you taking that offline, which also takes the person connected to it offline. So it just seems like
it's the way of describing it.
There's so many little details and challenges that go into the play. Like, what's the real path forward? Is it just baby steps going down that path to continuous?
You know, I do think medical device manufacturers have kind of had a wake-up call. I mean, I think you guys might remember, like, it's almost 5 years ago. I would say it is actually 5 years ago to the day that the sort of St. Jude Medical, Abbott Laboratories, MedSec pacemaker issue was the big news, where MedSec and Muddy Waters had basically made the claim that, look, these pacemakers are insecure, and St. Jude and Abbott were having, well, they were in the process of a merger, but St. Jude was basically not having any of it and saying, you know, that's false, this is not true, this is, you know, we're gonna, and they basically tried to like sue them into oblivion. And we were brought in. Like Bishop Fox assembled not only Bishop Fox experts, but also a panel of, you know, industry experts, independent experts. Matthew Green from Johns Hopkins, Joe Grand from the hardware side, Drew Porter from an RF perspective, right, as well as Carl and others from our team. And we took a look at it. We did the analysis, and we did like very detailed, very public report on it, like actually broke down every single one. It's like, these are true. This is true. And what and what you can see, I think you can actually see these in public court filings, is like, the fact is, like, they had to amend the complaint from, this is libel, this is defamation, none of this is true, into you unfairly targeted us. And that eventually got settled. And I would tell you that I think today is the, I want to say it's like the 5-year anniversary of the NDA, which, you know, and so I don't know if anyone on that is going to talk about that anymore, but, you know, I'm certainly only going to speak about what's public and what is out there, but it was an interesting situation. I would say, though, that in the meantime, it has been a wake-up call for medical device manufacturers, and I'm glad. It's like a good thing. And I do think it's great that they're leaning into it, and they're wanting to build programs and having security be part of the quality programs. And so I think we're making inroads there, because it is one of those things, Joe, as you mentioned, like, if it's in, like, even more dangerous than like the device that's connected to a substation monitoring power output. It's like, it is there to restart your heart. Life and death. Your heart stops, and like, that's real life and death stuff. You don't want to mess with just random code updates. There's no CI/CD for your pacemaker. So I certainly hope there isn't. Yeah, like, I mean, not yet. We'll see. But I'd baby step that one for sure.
I was going to ask real quick, just maybe going back to, like, we're talking about careers and, you know, junior people, things like that. What's some really good career advice you can offer? Maybe just, you know, people that, not necessarily just getting into cybersecurity, but, you know, thinking about maybe, you know, your experiences and how you kind of grew up in the industry. Like, what kind of advice would you give those individuals?
Yeah. You know, I don't want to give generic advice, but I'll kind of give you advice from where I was at, and, you know, like, and hopefully others can learn from my mistakes. But I would say that one of the things that I was always just like terrified of was asking questions. Was asking questions. Like, I was curious. I wanted to know, but I feel like, you know, and maybe this is a product of me growing up, you know, and getting my start on IRC, when you would just get abused. You would just absolutely get just totally abused by random internet strangers. And, you know, there's like, I'm like 13 years old and I'm getting trashed by people on the internet by asking questions. And I think that, you know, but what I would say is like, yeah, no, like, you keep asking those questions. Like let that shit roll off. That the smartest, and I don't count myself among this group even remotely, but the most talented and smartest people were the ones who were like, okay, yeah, like, talk shit to me, but I'm still curious. Like, how am I going to find the answer? I'm going to ask people, like, learn from other people. Fortunately, now there's like a treasure trove of information around security that's just floating around on the internet that you can get, and books, classes, actual courses in schools. But I think the most important thing is to just ask questions, like, learn from others, and there are a lot of people who will help. There are a lot of, like, programs like Bishop Fox Academy and others that I think are going to be, I hope, spinning up to foster more in the community and give back. And ask questions. Just do that. That's probably the biggest thing that, like, if I look back and regret, I'm like, oh, man, I should have just raised my hand more, like, been a little bit bolder about that.
Yeah, that's really good advice. Yeah, it's kind of just like, stay curious, right?
Yeah.
That's the big thing. And And I think a lot of us, that we're just like, like how I grew up, I just wanted to like break things, and I wanted to like see how things work. And that was just all that curiosity. And I think you're right. It's all that is found out through asking questions to people. Yeah.
Yeah. And, like, it's tough because you're putting yourself out there. You're making yourself vulnerable about it. And it's like, it's like you can start to develop a complex if you get, like, kicked when you're on the ground too many times, but try. Just keep asking. You'll find the people who will help. And those are the people that you want to spend time with.
Awesome. So, tell us a little bit about like how people can, follow you and, get in touch with you if they want to ask questions.
Interestingly, so I don't do Twitter that much. I just never got onto it. I'm like, I'm right there. I see Britt. She's like, yeah, you don't. Like shaking her head at me. It's like, get on it, Vinnie. No, I don't do Twitter that much. I'm not really on Facebook. But I have LinkedIn a lot. And interestingly, like, I would like, I won't respond to you if you're trying to pitch me something, which, unfortunately with LinkedIn happens all the time. Yeah. But I get requests for people who want to ask for advice all the time on LinkedIn. Yeah. And I will always accept and I will always respond. I think I'm really proud of that. Like, LinkedIn is a really great way to get a hold of me. Or, just shoot me a message on LinkedIn. It's probably the easiest way to do that. And for sure. I'm always happy to chat.
It's great. Well, thanks so much for coming on the live stream. Really appreciate it.
Yeah. And, hope I didn't bore anybody too bad.
No, it was great. So awesome. And so we will be back with more great guests for our live stream. So stay tuned.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox. And I am pleased to introduce our next guest, who is Raghu Nandakumara, who is the Senior Director, Head of Industry Solutions at Illumio. Welcome to the live stream.
Well, thank you both. Thank you, Bishop Fox. Great to be here. Exciting.
Great to have you. So maybe tell us a little bit about your role and what you do at Illumio.
Sure. So Illumio, we're the leaders in zero trust segmentation. So we very much focus on helping our customers solve a variety of different problems, sort of from high level things like sort of how we align to cyber resilience challenges, ransomware containment, cloud security, or just general zero trust programs, but really aligning to those initiatives and various use cases, right? From whether it's like sort of incident response or containing high value assets or sort of separating OT, IT environments, we enable that through our zero trust segmentation platform. And then myself in my role as sort of industry solutions marketing and head of industry solutions is really aligning what we do from a sort of a technology perspective, aligning that value to what various verticals need. So whether it's the finance sector, whether it's healthcare, whether it's federal, manufacturing, etc., aligning our capabilities, our value to the key challenges there and enabling that.
So I think just to start and level set, I think we've encountered terms that just have grown beyond kind of their original intent, their original impact. Zero trust, I think, maybe venturing down into that path. How does Illumio define zero trust?
All right, from our perspective, we kind of think about zero trust as really sort of implying two things, right? You're starting your sort of the way you build your security capabilities from the perspective of assume breach, right? Assume that the attacker is, essentially assume that anomalous action is going to happen or may already have happened, right? And if you start from that perspective, how would you then build your control set, right? If you assume that something wrong is happened or is going to happen, then the next sort of natural reaction to that is build a set of controls that ensure that that can only have a very limited impact. So that's kind of our perspective is assume breach, implement least privilege as the way to ensure that that has a very limited blast radius. So that's how we think about zero trust.
So, and I guess microsegmentation kind of plays in as one of those methods in which you achieve zero trust.
Yeah, absolutely. So microsegmentation, zero trust segmentation we feel is a key sort of pillar of any zero trust architecture.
Yeah. Excellent.
What do you think? So you probably have a lot of clients that come to you and they've never done anything with zero trust or never implemented anything. How do you handle situations like that where somebody's starting from ground zero with zero trust?
Sure. So we get asked that a lot, right? And like yesterday, sort of during Black Hat, sort of folks coming to our booth and say, oh yeah, we get zero trust, right? We get sort of the ideology behind it, but it just seems sort of so difficult and unattainable, almost like a nirvana state, right?
Right.
And so the way we say it is that, right, any journey, right, and it's very cliche, starts with that first step. And what is that first step? And if you kind of go back to sort of when John Kindervag originally sort of formulated zero trust when he was at Forrester, he talks about the foundation of that is get visibility in your estate, right? Get an understanding of what is happening with your estate, what assets exist, right? And then use that to then build a picture of where are you most at risk, where are you greatest exposure. And that's what you then use to then say, okay, this is what I need to go and first reduce the risk on. So that's sort of in that iterative process, measuring, get visibility, measure, identify where you're at greatest risk, improve, and go around is really kind of the journey that we take our customers through so that they make progress at every step, as opposed to sort of like that boiling the ocean problem where they say, okay, in 3 years' time, everything will be segmented, but don't come and ask me between now and in 3 years, right? So we want them to be able to make continuous progress.
So with the proliferation and just the variety of attack surfaces, like increasing, how does digital transformation in your area of security, how is that achieved? And what methods in which is that accomplished to, handle that vast increase in attack surface?
Sure. So I kind of like the way I think about digital transformation, right? And different people define it in different ways. But really, ultimately, digital transformation to me is synonymous with hyperconnectivity, right? An increasingly connected world, an increasingly hybrid connected world, right? So assets existing in your data center, in the cloud, a proliferation of sort of other connected devices, etc., here, there, and everywhere. So with that, the way we kind of see the securing of that is by understanding that sort of complex attack surface, right? And this is again where sort of the visibility and that exposure risk factor comes in, and then being able to identify where you need to put the controls in place to be able to essentially bring that down to a manageable level, right? So we think about sort of enabling digital transformation of saying we can help you put in consistent security policy, consistent visibility across that diverse estate. And because one of the challenges, and Krebs talked about it at the Black Hat keynote on Wednesday, he said sort of with this expansion of connectivity, and he actually said we have a pathological desire to connect things to the internet, right? And that's just, and as a result, as we said, increasing attack surface, increasing complexity, but also a lack of consistent visibility and control, right? And from our perspective, at least from a sort of a segmentation and a containment perspective and visibility, we think we solve the consistency problem across those two spaces. So that's how we enable sort of secure digital transformation.
Interesting. So thinking about ransomware, right? Obviously, still major issue for a lot of organizations. Where do you see kind of ransomware evolving to? Like, obviously, attackers are always finding new ways to create new attacks, new attack vectors. What's your thoughts on kind of the next evolution that we might see of ransomware?
I almost feel that I should ask you guys that question, right? and learn from you both about where you think that's going. So, okay, actually, what I'll say is this, right? Is that I'll say that ransomware will continue to evolve, right? Because attackers want to sort of stay ahead of the game, right? There's no point sort of repeating essentially leveraging ransomware that has the same behaviors, the same behavioral profile that is being used, right? We'll see the evolution of these. Because they know that sort of that detection response is very much, okay, I've seen this behavior before, right? So if I see this behavior again, I know how to restrict and contain that. So but what we see is that while that will change and those behaviors will change, ultimately there are certain fundamentals that they will constantly have to, sort of tactics that will have to always leverage in order for that attack to proliferate. And one of those is lateral movement, right? So kind of the way we look at it is that if one of those fundamentals has to be always leveraged, then if we can do whatever we can to contain that, then we are able to sort of at least prevent or restrict how fast that attacker can spread, right? So it's like, yes, attacks will evolve. I don't have that crystal ball to say how they'll evolve, but equally, there's certain fundamentals that they'll always have to do. And if we focus on containing those and restricting those, we're able to at least keep pace with the attackers.
So, and you may have just answered the question that I've been thinking about, but what is one of the most challenging aspects of implementing or following a zero trust security methodology? Is it the fact that ransomware is always changing, continuously evolving and the like?
I don't think that's the problem, right? I think the problem is that organizations often are, it's then going back to sort of what we said earlier, they have grand ambitions, but they don't realize that actually taking the simple small steps is the way they're gonna make that progress, right? So let's take the example of ransomware, right? So with ransomware families, right, and on what is available, sort of published research and sort of published details about ransomware families, you have information, for example, about, okay, this ransomware leverages these communication protocols in order to move, right? It's looking for open RDP or open SMB, etc. So what's a good place to start? Well, if you block unnecessary RDP, SMB in your organization, you're straight away reducing the available pathways for the attacker. It's not doing anything like super smart, right? It's actually doing the obvious. And I think that's where organizations, when they think about zero trust, they don't think about it from the perspective of like, what's the obvious thing to do, right? And that's kind of what we say is like, what would be the obvious thing to do? If you didn't have any of these fancy terms, what would you do, right? And that's kind of the journey we want to take our customers on.
Yeah, it's funny you mentioned that. It's not necessarily a unique aspect or something that's exceptionally brilliant. It's just taking what the attack surface is giving you and looking at the aspect of reducing that attack surface as a means to protect.
Yeah, absolutely. So, absolutely. And I was talking to Rob Ragan at our booth yesterday, and he said, and I asked him like, so you've been doing this for a number of years, right? What do you see, right? And he goes, I see the same things again and again as the failings. It's a lack of security basics. It's a lack of organizations. We highlight what the deficiency is, and organizations just don't listen, right? And they don't implement those things. And what do attackers do? Attackers live off the land. Yeah. If you give them less to live off, right, they need to work harder, right? They need to struggle harder in order to make progress. Yeah. And that increases, you either contain them or it increases their chance of detection because they're now doing things that they don't necessarily want to in order to kind of just stay below the line.
Yeah, or they've, found a target that's way easier to compromise and go after, or opportunistic aspect.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Easiest path.
Yeah. Don't make yourself the easy target. Right.
You can go somewhere else. That happens.
Hackers are lazy. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Right. They want to make money, not spend
Instant
time.
gratification. Right.
Of course. So where can people find out more about you and Illumio?
I mean, Illumio.com, right?
Go, yeah.
Come to our website, and we'll give Bishop Fox a plug as well, right? We've done some great, sort of just very recently announced a bit of research that we did together around the effectiveness of zero trust segmentation and being able to detect and contain ransomware. So go to our website, download the research, right? Check it out. And the best thing about what we did with yourselves is that we wanted this to be something that anyone could pick up and repeat, right? Yeah. We're completely transparent. You've been completely transparent about how you've conducted that research, right? We've got sort of the playbooks available, right, for anyone who's interested. So go ahead, read the research, try it out for yourself and validate it, right? And that's where I'd go if you want to check it out more.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on the live stream. Much appreciated. Enjoy the rest of the time here at DEFCON. So
it's been an absolute pleasure. Thank you. I mean, it's almost time to leave Las Vegas and fly back to actually sunny London at the moment. We're in the middle of a heat wave. So you've actually probably had more rain last night than we've had in months, in fact. Yep. So that's a change.
Safe travels.
Well, safe travels.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
All right. And for everybody else, stay tuned for more of the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON.
Welcome to Bishop Box Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox. And I am excited to introduce our next guest, and that is Juneau. Welcome to the live stream.
Hey, I'm Juneau. I'm really excited to be here.
Awesome.
A little bit about me. My name is Juneau. I'm a speaker, pen tester, and security researcher at a consultancy in Dallas. I also run DCG 214, the DEFCON group for Dallas, Texas, and am really involved in the Dallas Hackers Association, which is actually a lot of why I'm here.
Very cool. Very cool. So I'm really curious about your background and how you got into red teaming and all the cool things that you're doing. Can you talk a little bit about how all this started?
Yeah, I feel like I have a combination of a really traditional path with sort of a taking the weirdest road possible to get there. I grew up a little bit south of Anchorage, Alaska, sort of in the middle of nowhere. Not a lot of technology. More like just outside breaking things. Trying to float down the tiny stream near our house and stuff. So I think as a kid, I was fascinated with computers, but didn't really have much access to them, other than like going to the library to play RuneScape.
Yes.
But I really had this love of just figuring things out and sort of exploring things. I went to college for computer science, and it was actually in college that one of my professors had suggested I try out a CTF. And I just absolutely fell in love with it. I was like, wait, hold on. I've been learning how to make things, but I could just break them instead. And I guess that's kind of an oversimplification, but I just fell in love with the puzzle solving. I've always been really good at gathering information, I guess, and it's just, everything's a giant puzzle. And while I was in college, I got a couple of security internships in Dallas, actually after attending the WISIS conference. When it was down there, so moved down there for work after graduation, where my first job was security adjacent, working, it was in security, but it was more on the policy side, and so I wanted to get into pen testing. Started going to the Dallas Hackers Association, which is really cool. They meet in this. I'm not making this up. I promise. This neon lit karaoke bar on Goodnight Lane.
Ooh, wow!
Had to say it in that voice.
That's kind of cool.
Where they do fire talks and stuff. Gave my first talk on game theory and behavioral economics. That one I did the prisoner's dilemma, and I made volunteers come up and play through it. I bribed them with beer. And then I ended up giving variations on that talk at a bunch of the local B-sides, and then I did a talk last year for the IoT Village on using game theory in ad hoc networking, and as well as one for the Adversary Village too, which was really cool. That background in economics has sort of been a fun way to kind of bring something I knew into something else I knew into the area. And then actually 2 years ago, I started my first pen test gig. I can't believe it's been 2 years.
Time flies when you're having fun, right?
Yeah. And I absolutely love doing that.
Yeah. So let's talk a little bit about red teaming. What's kind of your favorite aspect of being a red teamer? I think there's a couple of things I really like. I think honestly one of my favorite parts of the red team engagement process is recon. I just I love especially on the bigger engagements. I love it's like, all right, go find out everything about them that you can. I did get to do one physical engagement, and I was like, yeah, okay. On Google Maps, plotting where I could climb up the building. My boss vetoed that. No climbing buildings?
I was like, I've got shoes, but, plotting a route in which an adversary could get up there,
Sure.
Finding trash cans to go through, and as well as also network reconnaissance, trying to come up with the fastest ways to do fastest, most accurate ways to do host discovery. But the thing I like the most about the entire red team side is in addition to getting to solve things as a consultant, I see so many different things throughout the course of my job, because we're constantly switching clients and stuff. And so I've gotten to test ICS stuff, do some physicals, do like some really cool web apps and APIs, but it's just changing constantly, and it means I also have to be learning constantly.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to ask you is like, how do you keep up with, especially in red teaming, there's so many, like you said, technologies and new things coming out that you may have to assess. Like, what do you do to kind of stay ahead of the game?
I think one of the biggest things I definitely do is attending a lot of the local meetups, local B-sides, talking to folks I know. I'm also a firm believer, in all of this is just standing on the backs of giants. Using blogs, I use a lot of Bishop Fox blogs, using people's blogs and research. And then I actually every month for DC214 compile a list of the latest tech news, cool exploits that have happened. So I'm kind of forced to come up with that to present every single month, which is nice, because even if I'm doing it the day before or day of, which anyone who's been to DC214 knows happens a fair amount, I'm kind of forced to get caught up with at least the most fascinating topics of the month in a pretty in-depth manner. But it's definitely interesting, I think. And then my team does these knowledge shares where we all sit around and talk about what we've learned. And, I think every single week one of my coworkers comes in with something I've absolutely never heard of. And that's a really cool way.
Yeah, and speaking of fascinating topics, one of the topics that I think you were obviously excited to come to DEFCON and hear and see and talk about was the discussion of modification of medical tech for disability awareness. Can you shine a little more light on that?
Oh yeah, I'm really looking forward to that talk. That's tomorrow at 10, I believe, because I think it touches on a couple really important things. One, obviously, securing medical tech is such a major issue right now. Ransomware attacks on hospitals and medical technology have skyrocketed, and I think so securing medical tech is really important. I also think, sort of with the advent of, or sort of the widespread adoption of things like 3D printing and other at-home fabrication techniques, we're finally getting to we're getting closer to a place where disabled people can create the tools that they need, as opposed to people who aren't experiencing the exact same things creating things for them. I've seen so many cool projects, especially around 3D printing to, create add-ons to prosthetics. And so I think making the fabrication or modification of tech more accessible to the people who actually are needing to use it. These tools, by and for the people who need to use them, I think.
That's fascinating. One of the other areas too, and as the badge, and we were discussing prior, an affinity for music and playing multiple musical instruments in that front. How has, and I myself play multiple musical instruments as well.
Me too.
I've also found
We should jam later.
as well as song. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I have found music to be kind of this broad, expansive thing that has helped me through multiple areas, whether it's math or schoolwork or memorizing things or memory or just feel. Like, do you have the same kinds of senses as well?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd sort of mentioned I didn't have a ton of exposure to computers growing up, but I definitely had a ton of exposure to math. And I think because I started the piano, I think when I was 7, because I think at age 5 I started begging my parents to let me play the violin. You started piano and then started violin a couple years later. But I think having that way of thinking about math has really helped, because I absolutely love these badges because the years of classical violin have finally come in handy. Playing all the little measures on everybody's badge here, or writing my own bad video game music on it. But yeah, I think it's really, I think music is a really or you can think about it really quantitatively, and that's helped a lot with math. I also think, having that creative expression away from the computer has really helped. Although once you get back to recording, because that's a lot. Obviously, a lot of my hobbies and friends are within the security group. But having like the chance to play bass with my band. Although actually, I'm in this band because I worked with the drummer, who's also a red teamer.
Oh, right. Cool.
And having a outside thing to do that sort of flexes those same muscles in my brain, but in a different way, as well as I think bringing music into these spaces is so much fun. I love all of the awesome DEFCON musicians. At a couple conferences, I've gotten the opportunity to jam with people. I knew I should have brought in my mandolin this year. But I've gotten to jam at like ShmooCon and stuff with folks, and sort of finding those communities here, I think is really cool. And in fact, I got to give a talk at PancakeSCon on the physics of music and the Nmap scripting engine. And the physics of music part was just so much fun. I had, went from like a wash tub bass to my actual upright bass. And kind of a good way to explain sort of the math behind that to people who haven't had as all the million years of like music theory beat down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, absolutely.
That's awesome. So maybe thinking about like new people coming into the industry, and maybe specifically women that want to be pen testers, want to be a red teamer one day. What kind of advice would you give them?
I think for me and I think a lot of people say this too, but I'm going to echo it, is finding a community of of the types of people you sort of want to become, because I think early on I got the chance to go to Tribe of Hackers when it was in Austin, and just going down there and literally sitting at the table with some of the coolest people, I think was really, really inspiring. And I think local community has such a important role in bringing people in, getting them excited, and uplifting them. And I think that's definitely something I try to do with DC214. I want to make sure it's not just the Juneau show. I obviously want to bring in people who are like our members who are speaking at DEF CON and stuff, but also give people a chance to run talks that they're not sure about. Just try to pair people up to be roommates for DEF CON, and uplift as many people as possible. I also think coming in as a new person, you really, really, I know I do this, get fixated in on, oh my God, there's so much I don't know. And let me tell you, 2 years into pen testing, oh my God, there's so much I don't know. I like, the point where it's like, wait, I don't need to memorize everything. I, can have it in my notes, know that I've seen it before. And I think just learning wherever you're at, definitely accepting that you can say, I don't know. Yeah. That's something when I started early on, someone's like, do you know about this? I was like, yeah, I'll figure it out later. Yeah. And you can do that, but you're just making things harder for yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's a recurring theme of some other conversations that we had, is just having the courage to say I don't know and ask questions, and stand behind finding those answers no matter what kind of flack you receive in that quest for the answer.
Yeah, exactly. So tell us about some stuff you got coming up. Do you have any other talks coming up or research that you might be working on?
Oh, yeah. I don't have any talks in the works right now, which is very strange. It's like the first time that's happened, because my big side project right now is grad school.
Oh, okay. All right. That's going to be a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm a couple semesters in, slowly chugging along, obviously doing it part-time since I'm working. Right. But in addition to that, I think one of the topics I'm the most interested in right now is just ways to try to circumvent personal data tracking, or particularly the correlation of that data, because that's sort of the big thing. It's like, okay, I give my name and email to this site. All they have is my name and email, but oh wait, I gave my email and address to this one. And because this is definitely something we, action has to be taken on. I think we've seen a lot of really good really good technological advancements, like say with the Apple Do Not Track features and stuff. But I think personally, the big step we need to do is figure out how, to sort of just brute force spam that with information until it's not correlatable. So I have been in, all my free time digging in on what tags and stuff, or how is this data tagged, how are they relating it, and how are they dropping false positives, which everything does it differently. It's and it's all very, very proprietary. But I think it would be really cool to see more research in just how an end user can bury their own data, because it seems like at a certain point it is going to have to be in the user's hands, because we're not seeing a lot of movement from either the technology companies or the powers that be. And sort of looking into that, I've been just absolutely terrified every day with, because I'm generally using myself as a case study here, and I feel like I'm a pretty privacy minded person, but I wasn't always, and I grew up on the internet, and so there's it's definitely interesting to see. And then the step of that is okay, because we can be private, we can figure out how to spam these things. Like I've seen a lot of good movements around some of the like women's health tracking apps saying like, all right, everybody download it, enter as much chaotic data as possible. And I absolutely love those movements, but moving it to something that's accessible to every single user, I think is a really important next step.
Yeah, completely agree. That's awesome. So tell us a little bit about how people can get a hold of you or follow you on Twitter. What's the best way for people to find out what you're doing?
I'd say Twitter is the best way to see what I'm doing. See a lot of dumb jokes, and that's at JUN34U_SEC, or as well as email hack.juneau@gmail.com.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on the live stream. Really fascinated with your career, and I wish you luck in all your future endeavors.
Yeah, thank you so much. This was really cool.
Awesome. Right. Thank you. And so we'll be back with more from the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON coming up.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox. And I would like to introduce our next guest, and that is Yael from Bishop Fox, fellow Fox.
Yeah, hi guys.
Welcome.
Thanks for having me. And yeah, I'm Yael Basurto. I work as a security consultant with these guys. And yeah, pretty fun.
Yeah. Really happy to talk about ICS and all of that fun, right? So you presented at B-Sides. You gave a talk called ICS Security Assessments 101. I find it interesting that you named yours 101 as well, as my talk at B-Sides was Management Hacking 101. So we kind of we didn't actually coordinate that. It just kind of happened. I thought that was kind of neat. But and I loved your talk, by the way. It was really great.
Thank you very much.
In fact, I was inspired by Josh Corman, who runs I Am the Cavalry, spoke after your talk, and he talked a lot about how your talk really emphasized that when we go in to test ICS systems and things that are very critical infrastructure, that where there may be lives at risk by doing a security assessment. I'm interested. He said that I liked how you in your talk discussed that you have to tread carefully, right, with these systems. You can't just come in there with a scanner and just start scanning everything, right? Do you want to talk a little bit about why that is so critical and on your approach and methodology when we're testing those systems?
Yeah, sure. So I put together this presentation because I have had some unintended experience with ICS. During the last years, I have been doing security assessments, even in my previous job. And normally the idea or what we were trying to do is not to touch these things and try to figure out how we can provide value still to the client, to doing other kind of reviews and assessing this ICS infrastructure. From that, I got a little research on what else we can do, not just scanning or throwing some network information without any care. So I found out there's a lot of material regarding ICS. There are methodologies proposed by people that actually perform ICS testing. And what I did was to put together some examples of what I have been doing into these steps of the methodology. And basically the most important thing to understand is that IT and OT are different. They face different problems. They face different operational goals. And they should be treated carefully, but knowing exactly what we're doing and how we are doing this stuff so we can provide actual value to this testing.
Yeah. Can you talk a little bit about, I know you had, in your presentation, you showed a device that you purchased. I believe it was off of eBay, right?
Yeah.
Can you talk a little bit about that? I thought that was kind of cool.
Yeah, I thought it's a lot of information, more theoretical. So I think a short demo will make things a little bit spicy. So, so I bought 2 PLCs from Siemens. It took a really long time to get home. I work in Mexico City, so it really was hard to get those things. And I set up a model. So it was regarding water sensor level. The idea was the sensor reaches some level and it triggers an output. In this case, it was a fan, but the idea is to simulate like a turbine or wherever. And it was really fun because I had to I first bought one PLC and I figured out it was not vulnerable to what I wanted to show. So I have to look into eBay, I guess, the vulnerable version of these PLCs. So it ended up well because now I had 2 PLCs and the model grew a little bit and I was able to show a little bit more of the attack and the methodology. Not that testing the PLCs per se, but using web applications and other side attacks. Yeah, that was really fun.
Yeah, and I like how you're doing that in a safe way too, right? Still exposing the vulnerabilities of these systems, but without taking out a real water turbine as an example, right?
Yeah, I took some concepts from this model using a master-slave combination with these PLCs, and the idea was, okay, if you have in a real environment a master PLC that is doing some critical process, maybe you can take that out of scope and use a slave in a safe environment, so you don't actually mess with the turbine or something like that. So yeah, that was the idea, and it helped that I need to buy another PLC. So
Yep.
So what, I'm curious too, outside of a lab environment, like professionally assessing a running instance or an application, do you just outright say, no, too dangerous, not going to have it? Or is there a safe way to do like attack surface mapping, and I guess as compared to traditional like network-based attack surface mapping, what's the difference in care and decisions and things that you need to be cognizant of?
yeah, the interesting part of what I have found here is that before we get actually to the basic enumeration that could be an active testing, we have several other processes that we can perform so we understand what we are going to test. In this case, for instance, we can leverage the cybersecurity framework from the NIST. And I think it's really important to do interviews and planned walkthroughs with the people that is in charge of these critical operations, so we can understand how critical their processes are, if there is any safe way to test what we want to test. So if, for instance, they have redundancy into their processes, it is easier for us to take one part of this process and test it. But if they have only one critical component, and if that fails, everything fails, chances are we were not able to send data to that device.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. And I think too, and I think this is kind of one of the areas that was core to your talk about ICS attacks. Insecure by default sounds terrifying first and foremost, but what rhyme or reason would lead to that protocol being insecure by default?
Yeah, as far as I understand from the research I've done, these devices were meant not to be secure because they initially were thought to be isolated, controlling processes. Right, Internet was not meant to be into these devices. But nowadays, everything is connected, and we need processes to watch these devices from a remote location, to manipulate them, and to make changes to their programming. So it is a reality that everything is connected, and it's going to be more connected. And these devices and these vendors doesn't care. Probably that's the wrong assumption,
right,
but they don't imply that their devices should be secure. And there's actually a fight between vendors and clients where vendors expect security requirements are met by clients, while clients expect that security should be in place in those devices. And for us as a consultants, we need to understand this kind of fight and forget about it and see how we can provide value to our clients, understanding that probably the devices won't be secure anytime soon. So there should be other controls around this process.
Right, that's what I was going to say too. You putting on the defensive security hat from the offensive security hat and figuring out how to mitigate and wrap this system that never was really intended to be accessible. That makes a whole lot of sense too as well. And it's not necessarily the finger pointing aspect and just the requirements change as time changed and that kind of got left behind. Yeah.
One thing it'd be great, maybe you can expand on a little bit, is in the methodology that you were talking about, really, there's things that are well known, right? Vulnerabilities that are already known. There's no need to retest those, right? Because the vendor may have a certain issue that is, even the client may know about. When thinking about how you deploy that methodology to those clients, what's the balance between like demonstrating how vulnerable a system is compared to, okay, I'm going to give you just, here's the list of known vulnerabilities, and then here is what I'm going to test for you. Like, how do you find that balance sometimes?
I think that if we are exploiting something, for instance, we need to do it as a means to an end. There's no real value in testing or exploiting things that the client knows that already can happen. For instance, injection. We know that we can inject into these protocols and there's no authentication and so on. So what about if we focus on more interesting solutions for them that actually provide value, that actually block attackers to reach the devices in the first place and be able to inject into that? So, but for instance, if they want to show, I don't know, the C levels, the actual risk of an attacker in their OT network, probably it's worth taking one device and try to inject on it and see how some process is broken by doing so. So I think we can include several vulnerabilities or several issues to report, depending on what is the need of the client and how can we provide the best value to that.
Great. Well, do you have anything coming up, any new research around ICS or other things that you might be working on?
I have some. I have a workshop here at DEFCON on secure coding for PLCs.
Oh, great.
So yeah, I'm really thrilling by it. After putting this presentation on, I think I do want to research more on the subject. It was a 101. Of course, I'm not an ICS security expert, but it would be great to be one, or at least to know more on the subject and to provide, good assessments on that. So yeah, I want to study a little bit more on that. And yeah, let's see what happens.
Great. Yeah, well, we're definitely looking forward to seeing more of your research. And the stuff you've been doing has been fantastic. So
thank you.
Congratulations to you. Where can people find out more about you and what you're doing?
Well, I usually don't publish much. Well, I have Twitter. Yeah. My handle is CKVL_. And yeah, wherever I do, I can put it on it. And yeah.
Awesome. All right. Well, thank you so much for coming on the live stream. Great to talk to a fellow Fox. So much appreciated.
Thank you very much.
And for all of you, be sure to stay tuned for more of the Bishop Fox live stream from DEF CON.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting at Bishop Fox. And I am pleased to welcome our next guest, Sandeep Singh, who is the co-founder of ProjectDiscovery.io. Welcome to the live stream.
Thanks again, Tim, for having me here. So yeah, I'm working now at Project Discovery as a, let's say, completely founders company. Before this, I was working at HackerOne as a triage analyst for 3 years, and I worked, let's say, did bug bounty for 5 years as a full time, and managed to, let's say, be in top 3 hacker position all the time. And yeah, I'm glad now I'm doing full-time open source stuff, which I always wanted to do. So yeah, thanks again for having me here.
Hey, Sandeep, let's hold the microphone up a little bit there. Fantastic. So, Project Discovery. I know you're extremely passionate about the open source community and open source software in general. Let's give you an opportunity to expand on kind of what makes you so driven and so passionate about that.
Yeah, definitely. And I would say the primary reason why I always being passionate and more interested in open source is because that was the reason how Project Discovery got started. So before I was doing bug bounty, working at HackerOne, I always, let's say, had a lot of ideas and stuff that I wanted to automate that I used to do manually while hacking and doing bug bounty stuff and many security automation. And I always, let's say, rely on the open source project for doing my automations. And I found a lot of project authors who just, let's say, give back everything to the community, no matter if they are getting anything back or not. And I always, let's say, admire developers for that reason. And I keep following those projects, and that's where I also got to meet my 2 other co-founders who doing the open source stuff as they always love to, and that's how, let's say, we met and we thought we should do this for the full time if there is interest, and we started this project as a part time, and eventually now we are doing this for the full time, and so that was the exact reason why I'm very passionate about the open source.
Yeah. So what makes it so powerful? What makes open source and the community so powerful in your opinion?
Yeah. If you ask my opinion, I guess open source really allow us to create, innovate, and improve the stuff we are working. And that's what, let's say, even the community, when I mentioned improve, this is go along with the community. As project authors, we can always come up with the project ideas and the initial project, but in the long term, you may not have visibility of how others may utilizing this project. There might be more use cases or things that you can add to the projects, and those things we get to know with the community feedback through GitHub issues or bugs reporting and everything. So that's really a important phase as well, and that's why I always value community similar to what we are doing in the open source, because once we make something valuable which we think is a good project, but not necessarily it will work out for everyone, and that's why you seek for the support from the community, as they will give you the real feedback and things like that. So it's really open source really make the things better with the time.
Absolutely. We talked about how great and powerful and strong the open source community is. Where would you like to see some areas for improvement?
Till now, my experience, like I'm just speaking for myself, not as a whole, but till now, my experience in open source is really been, let's say, awesome. I always got thrilled by the support we got from the community. But generally speaking, if you ask me where things could be improved in terms of, as I mentioned before, the community support plays really important role to growing any of the individual project or organization. And not everyone who is, let's say, working with your project, or let's say consuming in any way, might be aware about the open source concept at all. So they might, let's say, sometimes, usually, let's say, when we are interacting or share some information around the project, they might not know the context behind, or some, let's say, in terms of information sharing, let's say, if we wanted to add something into our projects, or let's say we are looking for the community feedback for some bugs and stuff like that. So there are some pre-information that actually help us a lot to go through those issues quickly, and sometimes those information really lags as the user might not have the context around the open source at all. So getting more awareness around the open source in a whole, and being, let's say, more empathetic towards the open source project authors is really something could be done.
Yeah, I think one of the challenges I've seen with open source projects, and you probably have seen this yourself, of projects becoming abandoned, right?
Mm-hmm.
And nobody comes to pick them up, and then sometimes projects can remain like that forever, right? And what are your thoughts on that? Like, how do we figure out the best way to like keep these projects going and not end up abandoned?
This is all linked with the point I mentioned previously. So as I mentioned, as an author or project owner, we can just create a project as we know that is something we wanted to do at that point, but it not necessarily case for all the time. Let's say if I'm doing just a fun project, I might just start with the project, but if I don't find others' interest in my project, I might not be working on that project all the time. So having the community support or the interaction and knowing the projects you're working on is also useful for the others. You're also making the impact not only for us, for others. So I guess community support is what makes the author or project owner to keep going with the projects, as that keeps them interested or motivated. At least that's what keep us motivated to do what we are doing with all the projects. But yeah, it's the reasoning always depends on the, let's say, for what reason that project got published. Sometimes many let's say authors just do for the fun project or something, they wanted to put it out, even there is alternative stuff like that. Someone just wanted to try their idea, and not necessarily they wanted to maintain for the long time. But I'm sure if there is a strong support or interest from the community, everyone loves to, let's say, work on that project. So no matter, even you are not very active and in maintaining that project, there are people who just, let's say, keep pushing you, or even pushing the PRs to make sure things are updated for everyone.
Yeah, and you had mentioned earlier too, former bug bounty HackerOne, and prepped you in for this. Now, it seems like a pretty big jump from bug bounty, successful bug bounty, to co-founding a company. So tell us a little bit about that journey, and a little bit more depth of the friends that you met and the like-minded aspects, and noticing the problem that you needed that you wanted to solve, I should say. How was that?
Yeah, it's really going to be a good story. Let's say I just even myself, when I think how things got, let's say, happened with the time, I really never imagined it will go like that. Even the reason I started Bug Bounty back in 2014, the main reason why I did was I just don't want to work for any company, and Bug Bounty gives that opportunity that you can just work anytime you want, and you just be your own boss. And I really got into Bug Bounty, and I started, let's say, I just after starting with the Bug Bounty, I did stayed 5 years for the full time, and I managed to get into top 3 hacker leaderboard as well on the HackerOne platform. And yeah, later I joined the HackerOne triage team, where I was responsible for triaging those reports as well. And during all the during period of 8 years, I really, let's say, noticed a lot of things that I really desperately wanted to automate. because I know if we can automate the stuff that I'm doing manually, or even the stuff that I get to hear from my friends who also used to be in the security industry, they always come with the suggestion related to automation, but it was always about the idea. Let's say there was no execution till that point. I'm not coming from the developer background, so always kept those things in my mind. And as I mentioned, I also used to interact with the open source project while doing bug bounties. And that's where I met Nizamul Mako, the other co-founders who manage who written and manage the Subfinder project. It's a less well-known passive subdomain enumeration framework. I used that project for my let's say subdomain discovery, and that's how the interaction got started with them. And that was the point, let's say, when we the security industry is not so big in general. Say if we know someone, we get to interact somewhere. So we actually let's say interacted in one common security Slack channel. I guess I don't remember the name yet, but the reason I got to know about the Nizamul, the co-founder, he's from the India, but I didn't know before that. We had that conversation, and before speaking to him or getting to know about him, I was so impressed by his skill set, the stuff he was doing at Subfinder project, and I always imagine if someone like him who will be interested in the stuff that in terms of idea I have, that would be really dreams become true. And that's gladly that's what happened. We had the conversation, and we all are interested in the open source and doing the automation stuff, and thought let's start this as a part-time, as we were doing the full-time work apart from the bug. I guess during that period I started to work for the HackerOne, so I left the bug bounty that time. We started this project as a part-time, and I guess till 1 year we open source 4 or 5 projects. And now the community part comes in, which actually changed a lot of things for us. So the reason why we keep working on all the projects, because we are getting the response from the community, they are using our projects for a lot of their automation works, and it really becomes handy for them. And that was the intention as well. We really wanted to focus on the quality and the user experience, because we know, let's say I have been using the open source project for the long time. So I just wanted to make sure things become very simple in terms of when we actually practically using it, and also make sure all things are easily integratable in the pipeline with all the things. So those were small things that actually we got a lot of good response from the users, and that's how all the projects got adopted. And there was let's say buzz on the social media, like everyone sharing around all the projects we have published, and that what also got some investors interested in us, and they also reached out to us to see if we are interested in, let's say, doing this for the long run as a full time, because we are doing this for the part time. So it was a surprising moment for us at that time, because we never thought of we are doing a company or business, something like that.
Isn't it amazing how that happens?
Yeah,
right?
it's a great story. I love it.
Yeah,
we did not believe when we, let's say, received the email and had the call with the investors. And after that we just decided if we are doing this for the part time, and we already made the impact in the community, and if we manage to do this the full time, there is no better thing we can do apart from this. Right. So that was the moment then we decided to leave our job and do this for the full time.
Yeah. Now the rest is history, right?
Yeah.
Wow,
It's history.
Yeah. So where can people find out more information about you and Project Discovery?
So yeah, I can repeat. I missed the question.
Yeah, where can we find out more about you, and where can people follow you and find out more about Project Discovery?
There's a GitHub organization where we publish all the projects. I guess at this point we have 70 projects open source, including libraries as well. And we have more projects lined up, so make sure if you look, make sure to follow the GitHub organization as a whole. Whenever we put any project public, it will be notified. Apart from the GitHub, we really believe supporting the community as for the same reason I mentioned before. We created the dedicated Discord server, where we have 3.5K users who, let's say, actively collaborating to each other or asking for the questions, for the feedback, stuff like that. So we let's say always try to be active and support on the Discord community. So Discord, Twitter, and GitHub is the best place for us.
All right, great. Well, thank you, Sandeep, so much for coming on the live stream, and I wish you luck with everything you're doing at Project Discovery.
Thanks again, team, and yeah, thanks for having me.
You're welcome. You're welcome. And for everyone else, make sure you stay tuned for more of the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON coming up.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, also Joe's co-host during our live stream. And I am very pleased to introduce our next guest, and that is Barrett Darnell, who's a principal security engineer on the Intuit Red Team, and also your Bishop Fox alumni. So welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me here. I always keep in touch with all the Foxes. It was a really great experience while I was there for 2 years, and I love seeing all the transformation that's happening.
Yeah. Well, welcome back. So you're pretty busy at DEFCON, aren't you, with the Red Team Village going on, right?
Every year at the end of DEFCON, I tell myself I'm going to do less next year, and I always fail at that. We've got the Red Team Village in the Flamingo, which is just packed. It's been packed all day.
Wow, great.
We've got the Red Team CTF that's on the floor of the contest floor at Caesar's Forum. Again, just packed. We've got people lining the walls on the ground playing that CTF, and then a workshop too.
Wow, awesome. How did you get involved with the Red Team Village?
Well, it just kind of made sense. I spent that time quite a bit in the Air Force on the offensive side, and then with Bishop Fox, we were doing a lot of that offensive testing, and joining the Red Team at Bishop Fox was sort of the path that I was working towards. But then I ended up getting pretty busy with writing a SANS course on red teaming. So it just made sense, of course, right? If my whole persona is Red Team, I've got to be involved with the Red Team Village.
That's awesome. And you're also you're a SANS instructor, right? Can you talk a little bit about that course that you're
Sure. Yeah, I'd love to. So I started teaching as soon as I got out of the Air Force. I went down that path. I taught for 2 years SANS Security 660, which is advanced pen testing and exploit development. And then I got very lucky. Steve Sims, my SANS boss, said, "Hey, do you want to take this 2-day SANS course and expand it to 5 days with a 6-day CTF?" And it was probably the worst time ever because it was right in the thick of COVID, but I couldn't say no. Yeah. It took about my co-author, Jean-Francois Mays, and myself. We worked on that for over a year, and we had an alpha, and our beta is next month in London.
Wow, that's exciting. So what's your experience been like being a SANS instructor? I did community SANS like back in the day, but and at one time I think I wanted to get into being an official SANS instructor full time, but I took a different path in my career. But I'm curious to know like what you think of it and how's it been for you?
I took my first SANS course in 2010, and I fell in love. And I knew at some point that's the bucket list. I want to be a SANS instructor. Nice. Then after that, being in the military with the very large budget, I took a whole lot more SANS classes and kind of met the instructors. And when I left, I went down that path. It was a little bit easier for me since I had that relationship. I get to skip community and just kind of go right into it. But teaching is one of my favorite things. Just being able to impart any knowledge you've gained, but also if you have to teach something, you have to really know it. And so you got that forcing function, just making you dig deeper. And so it's really satisfying for me.
Yeah.
I just wanted to see, too, if you could share some, just obviously very successful in your path and where you're at this point, but for others transitioning from the military life into private sector and things of this area, if you could share some tips and aspects on that front.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a great, ex-military and reservist community in Bishop Fox and a lot of companies where I would say that if you are looking at that transition, there's tons of resources to make sure that you can earn some of those certifications that are just kind of the door opener when you're looking at those positions. But then also there's a program called SkillBridge that gives a certain amount of time for an individual who's transitioning to work with a company. And Bishop Fox has had a few SkillBridge folks, and it's a really great way for you to kind of test the waters, get experience with the company that you're interested in, and just really set you up for success. So SkillBridge, and get the certs that kind of open the door, and obviously things like this. Anytime people are meeting together, go find the folks that work at the places that you want to work, and make friends.
Yeah, and I think there's some like veteran groups too that meet up here at DEF CON, don't they?
That's right. There's VetSec.
Yep, VetSec.
They have like little. They are in quite a few different conferences. They'll come out. I think they also do their own conference just by itself. But again, another great network, because you know that they've successfully transitioned out of the military, and you know they've made their name wherever they ended up.
Yeah. So I'm interested in your thoughts on, you've been doing red teaming for a while. You're obviously, very involved in the space. How do you think it's evolved over the last several years? And what do you see kind of in the future in terms of what we might see red teaming look like in the next couple of years?
That's a good question. So there's a term, red team, which sometimes folks use synonymously with just anything offensive.
Yeah.
And that's the whole blue team defense, red team offense. Then you've got kind of a smaller cadre where they see red teaming as having one purpose, and that is making the blue team better. So you're coordinating with that blue team. It's a little bit different than doing like an external or internal pen test, because you're working together. Not necessarily purple, but you're working together. You're trying to train them. Oftentimes, adversary emulation is what people use as a DMARC, where you have a known adversary. So you've got an answer sheet that you're giving the blue team. You're going to emulate that adversary, and then you're basically going to grade them. Like, did they see that we use these TTPs, and did they detect and respond to those? Where I see things going in the industry is. Obviously, red teaming is like a red team engagement would be more appropriate for a mature organization that has a good security posture. And you do see a lot of companies that are coming in with more automation, and sometimes that might be a little bit of a distractor. I think that with offensive security, especially with red teaming, it takes a human to really take in all that data and to provide the proper value to the company.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on kind of, we see a lot of vendors and things coming out with like automated pen testing solutions. Do you think that really is the future, or is it always going to be kind of still backed up by human expertise?
I think that you can't saturate the market. If you go to Black Hat, you'll definitely see that, because that business hall is packed. Yep. I think that there are different industries and different size companies. So you're definitely going to see more and more of those automated things. Back when I was with CAST, now Cosmos, we had this approach that it was all about having the automation augment or help the human that's actually at the keyboard. But I think that it's gonna come down to price point, and it's gonna come down to maturity. But you're gonna have there's no one size fits all, right? There's plenty of options.
Yeah.
About tempering those expectations of how much automation can you glean to empower folks to make those human type decisions as well. I think it's obviously it's something that we talked about quite a bit.
So Skynet is not here yet, right?
Not yet.
Okay, good. That's great.
So what advice do you have for folks that can't come to DEFCON, that want to get involved in CTFs, that just don't know where to get started?
Okay, so just speaking of CTFs, there is a CTF every day around the world. I think even before COVID, there was pretty good access, because a lot of that would be online. The one silver lining with the pandemic was that conferences like this, they were pulled from the on-prem in-person, and they were going to a hybrid model. They were getting that out to the world. I think that really opened up a lot of access to what's happening here for folks who, for whatever reason, can't make it out. And so my advice would be, you got to find the right CTF, one that's appropriate for your skill set, because it's really easy to get discouraged. You've got to just be resilient and just keep trying. You're doing things that are hard because you want to learn. When you're out of that comfort zone and it's difficult and you're in a stressful situation, you're going to learn a lot. And so the one thing that I hate seeing is someone going to the wrong type of CTF and then getting discouraged and never touching it again. So biggest advice is there's always a CTF running. Just look online. There's thousands of them a year, and there's every single flavor and type. And just if you get the wrong one, just go find another one until you find what you like.
That's awesome. So tell us, do you have anything coming up that you want to plug? Any research? Any obviously your SANS courses, right? That people can take and register for.
Yep, I'm very excited about the SANS course. That was quite the labor of love. We are running the next the next session is going to be a public beta. It's going to be in London. It's hybrid format. I think right now we're just going to do live online. So my co-author and I will teach that. He's in Belgium. I'm on the west coast of the U.S. and it'll be London time. But that'll be our first beta. That's at a discount, and then at SANS CDI, which is in December in DC, that's going to be our first public run. And so
awesome.
That's kind of the really big thing on my radar that I gotta keep in mind.
Very cool. And where can people find out more about you and all the cool stuff you're doing?
InfoSec lives on Twitter. So on Twitter, it's PwnEIP. People like to say it in a bunch of different ways. It's Pwn, right? Because we use that. EIP, which is the extended instruction pointer. PwnEIP.
Very cool. Very cool. Well, thanks for coming on the live stream. It has been great. It's great to catch up.
Definitely.
With a former Fox. So,
definitely.
And I wish you luck with everything you got going on. And the Red Team Village, of course.
Yes. And anybody who's here watching this, please come on down. We've got, I think we've got about $70,000 in prizes to give out. So
ooh, wow.
A lot of some of that is for the CTF. A lot of it is just for anybody who's coming in. We're doing raffles. So we're kind of spreading the love, and it's we're doing workshops, all hands on. So please.
Awesome. Really cool. Really cool. All right. Well, thanks for coming on.
Thanks.
Appreciate it. All right. And everyone else, stay tuned for more of the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting at Bishop Fox, and I'm here to welcome our next guest, and that is Steve Ragan, who is team leader, storyteller, and editor at Cisco. Welcome to the live stream.
Well, hello. Thank you for having me.
Glad to have you. So, maybe you can tell the audience a little bit about you and your background.
So, let's see. I've been in the security industry now for about 20 some odd years.
Only 20?
Yeah, I know. I'm a young guy. And then let's see. I started off in IT and security. It's a funny story behind that. So what happened was one day I was sitting at the desk. Boss comes up and says, "Steve, I need you to be a security guy." I don't want to be a security guy. I want to be IT. And he goes, "We're going to have to lay you off." Security it is.
I'm a security guy.
Yeah. So they gave me a firewall manual, and ta-da, that's where I went. So I did that for a few years, and then I went out solo, and I started working for a news company in England. And what had happened was they'd asked me, the owner had asked me a question about something of a keychain. It was the Melinda Gates hack. That's when they were cracking the key licenses for Windows Vista. And so, being a smart aleck, I wrote the answer to the question in like the form of a news article and sent it back to him. Had like cited sources and everything like this. He puts my name on it and he prints it. And I thought that was so cool. I'm on the internet. Like, that's amazing. And I was like, that is neat. And he's like, "You want to do it again?" I'm like, "Yes." And that's how I got into journalism. And I did that for a long time. Focused mostly on research and investigative journalism in the security space only. Leveraged a lot of my previous knowledge and experience into that and told some really good stories that I'm proud of. And then I moved on for that, went back into the industry, and here I am. That's what I'm doing now.
Wow.
I kept my strange hobbies, though. That's a thing.
Yeah, that's actually one of the first things I wanted to ask you about.
Oh, yes.
Fishing kits. Collecting fishing kits as a hobby. I can
Like
honestly
seashells?
say-
Like-
yeah.
No, it's not. Well, kind of like seashells. So I find the fishing kits on the web and download them, and then I just extract everything there is from them. So it's literally the source code the criminals are using to launch their attacks. And what I've done is, as a hobby, I wanted to learn to code Python. And I have no idea how to code. And I thought, let's find a project to do it. And so what I did was I wanted to find a way to search a web server for strings. And if said strings match a given pattern, alert the administrator that this is a phishing kit for X. So I started hunting phishing kits and downloading them. And I would take the elements within the kit itself, and I would go through and just log them into a file and then pump that into the Python script. And you could search an entire web server in seconds. And if it pumps out with you, like, "Hey, this is a Microsoft phishing kit, this is LinkedIn, this is some sort of social media or a banking thing." And that's how I started learning it. And then my collection grew, and so did the signatures and detection things. And so I open sourced it. I put it on GitHub. Learned how to use GitHub. That was interesting. Apparently, if you don't save things and you try to push it, you can wipe your entire directory.
Isn't that fun?
Yeah, it's great. That and the power of open braces. I learned that in Python because if you don't close things, it just goes in an infinite loop, and you watch your VMs die. That's always fun. So it was a learning experience. But yeah, to this day, I still collect phishing kits. I get about 100 or so a day.
Oh, wow.
And, yeah, I mapped them. So last year I wrote like a blog post. It was basically like one of my threat reports that I was doing in a previous day job. And I just broke down all the phishing kits I got for the year. Like, here's how many I had, here's what I was seeing, here's some trends, here's some patterns. And so I'm still doing that kind of research because it's entertaining and relaxing. That's my hobby, phishing kits.
Nice. That's awesome.
And then criminal economics, that.
Oh, yeah. Cool. I was going to ask you, like, just coming from the journalist background, right? Like, how has that kind of changed the way you think about security today? And is that?
So that's weird. Well, not weird as in the question. Yeah. It's a hard thing to balance because when I was doing journalism, there is no one side or two sides. Sometimes it's just a one-sided story. Sometimes there are two sides. Sometimes there are 50 sides to a story. And every time you're going to talk to an individual that you're interviewing or something like this, you have to constantly remind yourself that, do they have a motive? Do they have a reason that they're telling you all of this stuff to get you to write a story? Is there a reason that you need to be talking to them, or should you be talking to somebody else? In security, it's sort of like that. When I look at the industry, I try to balance facts between hype and fear and things like this, and put everything into a context that explains it to the public in a way that is concise and clear, but without all of the hype, without all of the FUD. Like when you're trying to talk about security and your only goal is to tell everyone about the boogeyman in the closet, you failed. Because if you can't educate the public and get them to understand the reason why this control exists, the reason why this policy exists, then you lose your entire audience. And that lack of engagement is what leads to things like, password 123, winter 14. It seems like a really long password, but if you stack that up on a password cracker, it takes less than half a microsecond to break it. So, lack of two-factor comes from, just selling fear and everything. Because think about it, you're in the industry, you deal with this every day. When you hear about multi-factor authentication, the first thing you hear is, well, criminals attack it and they can break it. And use it. It's there for a reason. Like, you should have it. Yeah, criminals are going to target it. You know why? It works. That's why they're targeting it. So you get better with your responses. You get better with your detection. You get better with remediation. You come back faster. That's where you attack the things from. You're never going to have perfect security. It's never going to work. Right. So instead, target the things that you can fix, you can control, and that's how you make it better for everyone. Yeah. Sorry, tangent. That's my little hill I like to die on. It's the thing.
Yeah, absolutely. So also thinking, you've been in this industry 20 plus years, right? Like, where do you see, I guess, in terms of where we're going as an industry, like what's some of the biggest problems you see that we need to overcome?
I think we need to make security easier and more obtainable for everyone, regardless of what the user is doing. So we have a lot of compensating controls. We have a lot of things we can do in security that protects assets, protects people, protects like organizations wide. But what we're not doing is making security obtainable for everyone, so that like my mom and dad are just secure no matter what they're doing on the computer. It doesn't matter. Yeah. And when we get those controls in place, I think we're going to see a lot of changes in the industry. And I'll tell you, my favorite example of this is going back a few years, but when Apple started their Touch ID, touch your phone and it's unlocked, the biometrics thing. Previous to that, biometric security was looked at as like some sort of uber nerdy thing that nobody wanted, nobody had. Now it's second nature. My phone has it. Your phone has it. It's a thing. But it took time to get to that. So if we start building towards those processes and controls, then by default, people are going to have security built in for them, regardless of what they're doing, and that benefits everybody.
That's a great point. Like, just thinking of like the general consumer, the general user, right? Because I feel like all of us in security live in like our own echo chamber, right? Where we're using like all this tech, we're talking about it, but thinking about like your mom or dad or your grandparents, that they have no clue about this or even how to use it or how to stay secure. I'm curious to know if that's going to change in the future. We're finally going to get that mass adoption.
I hope so. I mean, that's my hope. And it's really interesting. A lot of my friends tease me, and well, some of them who are just stricklers about it. But like one of the things I did for my mom and dad was I got them on a password manager. But for some of their passwords, I got them a book to write their passwords in. As long as they keep that book safe and it's not laying out on the desk, write it down. That's fine.
Yeah, that's what's funny. We all hear the don't write down passwords, but it's like nobody's ever going to find this book that I have my passwords in, unlike an insecure password manager or storing it somewhere else.
I would much rather them write their passwords in a book and keep them in the desk locked up next to their thing than to have, my son Steve 25 as their password for every website that they have. I would much rather them write something long and memorable down.
Yeah, and different across different sites. I think that's the main area where it really starts causing
problems. My dad's sentences. I was like, put a whole sentence in. He's like, but won't somebody guess that? No. First of all, you're going to be using capital letters, punctuation, spaces, things like this. It's a sentence. But it's only you. You're the only one that would know the sentence or its meaning. Nobody's going to guess that. And he's like, oh, well, that's great. I go, you could do it for each website. And so he does. He has multiple sentences he remembers whenever he wants to log into something.
Yeah. So I see you have an event badge at DEFCON. You want to talk a little bit about what you'll be doing here this weekend?
So Saturday night after Hacker Jeopardy, Rando and a bunch of people, we're going to be putting on a contest called Whose Slide Is It Anyway?
Yes.
And everybody should come out and hang out for some improv comedy. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, yeah. And I love Whose Slide Is It at all the cons. I think it's a great opportunity for people that maybe need to get over their fear of public speaking. In a fun and I'd say safe way,
well,
right?
Safe. Define safe.
Well, true.
But yeah, it's a lot of fun. We've been doing it now for 5 years. Dan Aki and Rando is his handle. He's been doing that for 5 years now, and it's a lot of fun because you never know what's going to pop up on screen. Like the slides are completely random. He doesn't even know what the slides are.
Yeah.
Like they just show up and there they are. So it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's a good time. Awesome.
So I've been thinking just about this concept of everything secure by default. Use whatever it is, secure by default, and talking about our parents and how they use the technology. But also, what about kind of like the after effect or the aftermath of data being compromised that's beyond their control, and having that conversation to explain? Because, there's a frantic moment. There's oh my God, what did I do wrong? I'm very careful with all this. And it's like, it's not your fault. Like, I'm thinking about more along the lines of secure by default, but also the aspects of being able to articulate and explain the aftermath and aspects of how something like that could have happened. Something that I don't know if you've got any thoughts around that or personal experiences or anecdotes.
Actually, I had to have that conversation with my parents.
Yeah.
They had their identities stolen in a data breach, and it was a medical data breach. So it wasn't just their PII, it was pretty much their entire medical history. And they were like, how could this have happened? We're so careful. Like, I don't understand what's going to happen now. How are they going to use this again? And I had to have an entire spectrum of conversation with them to where, first of all, you're not to blame. This wasn't your fault. Nothing you could have done would have prevented this. Criminals do crime, and that's their thing. So how are they going to use this? Well, honestly, Mom, it's just going to be a collection of information that somebody's going to store in a text file for a while. And occasionally they may pop it up and try and use it, somewhere. But mostly what they're doing is collecting information, and then they're going to sell it to the highest bidder, and then that gets passed around. She's like, well, what good does that do? And I was like, well, it gets into identity theft and some other things, but all you have to worry about is knowing that it's out there. And you know how they gave you the credit monitoring? And she goes, yeah, I go sign up for it. But does it work? Maybe. But it's not going to hurt you if you have it.
Yeah, better than nothing.
The thing you need to do is watch your accounts. If you notice a charge somewhere, report it immediately. In the meantime, breathe easy. Your data is out there. It's always been out there. Your information exists in a number of publicly available, freely available databases online. This is no different. It's terrible, don't get me wrong, but I'm not saying you should panic over this. Instead, watch your stuff, and when you see something strange, report it immediately. You're protected by the banks. If you get a fraudulent charge and you report it, the bank's going to take care of you. It's inconvenient for a little while, but you'll be fine. Same with your checking accounts and things like this. The IRS, if they tried to file taxes against you, you could report that. It's a pain. There are processes and the steps. I think maybe that should be a little easier, but at the same time, you have the ability to protect yourself. And it was a very, very long, drawn-out conversation because they don't come from the industry that we're in. They don't understand the technology or the processes. So when this happens, it's absolutely scary. So your first progress, the thing you have to do is take away that fear. You have to explain to them that it's okay. I can't even begin to tell you the number of times my identity and credit cards have been compromised over the years. I have enough free credit monitoring. I think I'm going to have it pass it on to my grandkids.
It just stacks on top.
Add one more.
Yeah, it's going to pass on to my grandkids, and it's going to be congratulations, Logan, for graduating high school. Papaw's giving you some free credit monitoring. That's the thing. It's going to be what happens, and it is what it is. So I learned a long time ago, don't panic over this stuff because you can only control what you can control.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, we can't control the criminals.
Yeah. And speaking of not controlling the criminals as well, and again, I'm still thinking about the secure by default aspect too. What about things like the human element of security where there's predatory practices online for children or content moderation from protecting our children from malicious content or people trying to exploit or things of that nature too? It seems like it's outside the bounds of a secure by default aspects and needs something else, right?
So when you're talking about secure by default and you're looking at hardware and software and communities and platforms, secure by default means something different in each of those environments, right? So let's look at what you're talking about. Let's look at I forget the name of it. It's not Minecraft, but it's some Roblox.
Roblox, yeah.
Thank you. Yeah, Roblox. So let's look at a community like Roblox, right? Secure by default there would be making sure that the accounts and the transactions within those accounts, the microtransactions and things like that, those are protected. the user has control over what's being spent, what's being brought in, what's added to their account, removed from their account, and it's really hard to navigate without some sort of interchange from the player. When it comes to the targeting and the social aspects of that platform and the risks that are involved there, that's strict adherence to content moderation and things that companies have to invest in. You have to have the people there to monitor the content and watch it. You can't just build AI and expect it to be solved. Computers won't solve that kind of problem. And so when you're looking at those facets, that's when you really have to get humans involved, and that's when you really have to build that process up from the ground up when you're building the platform. It's not something you can just snap in later and hope it works.
And I think it's too also about like streamlining the administrative process for parental controls, because I know I, for one, have dealt with 3 different systems. I don't remember exactly what they were, but like, how do I control oh, I got to have a subscription here, I got to be a member of this here, I got to do this and this, and I was just like, this is ridiculous. Sorry, you're not playing this game. So that was my solution, was
and the interesting thing is, a lot of gaming platforms over the last couple of years have actually unified a lot of that into a single panel that can be controlled. So like all of your transactions, all of your games, all of your access, all of your groups, your friends list, like all of that stuff's on like a common dashboard, for lack of a better term here. And what's really interesting is, in the gaming industry, when you see like the criminal economics behind it, that's what the criminals have been targeting, are those unified platforms. Because it's unified. Well, golly gee, look at all the wonderful things I have in front of me. And so then that's where you get into platforms and services secured by default. Meaning, since you know the criminals are targeting these unified platforms, now you need to protect the route into that platform. So that's multi-factor authentication. That is, stepped identification and running in through your access IDs and stuff like that. API protection, another big one.
Wow, awesome. Well, Steve, where can our audience find out more about you and what you got going on?
So I have a couple of projects in the work cooking, but if you want to stay up to date, the easiest way is to find me on Twitter, SteveD3.
SteveD3, awesome. All right, well, thanks so much for coming on the live stream.
Thanks for having me.
Great to catch up. And if you're at DEFCON, definitely check out Whose Slide Is It? And,
come see us on Saturday.
Yeah, awesome. All right, and we'll be up with more guests on the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting at Bishop Fox. And I would like to introduce our next guest, who is somewhat professionally evil.
I don't know.
My good friend and co-host of the Shared Security Show, Kevin Johnson. Welcome.
Thanks.
It's like I never talked to you.
I know, every week.
Yeah.
I just realized that every single one of us has acronyms as our title.
What's my acronym?
AVP. You literally said it.
What's
No,
my,
he-
Oh, I thought it'd be more funny
what's-
than that.
No,
what's
his
my?
was
I've got
AVP
double
of R&D.
I got double.
Yeah. I wish my title was like a palindrome. That'd be awesome.
I think professionally evil is a pretty cool title.
Yeah.
The problem with that one is it doesn't work as a title. It's a description.
Oh,
right.
I see.
Professor Evil?
Professor Evil. No, then I have to have a college degree.
Yeah,
and
there's
I barely
probably
get out of high school.
There's probably a trademark thing too.
Oh, that's good.
You'd have to have a
was
hairless cat, too.
That's a good point. What was that professor? It was like this Professor CD, and it was how they taught computers. Was this weird animated professor guy in the?
No, it does.
Okay, I'm old.
You definitely are old.
Yeah, it was on
That's
floppy
true.
disks. But so okay.
So for our audience that may not know who you are, can you maybe talk a little bit about yourself, your background? I know.
I know, yeah. This is the part I always hate because it's like this is the time I get to brag about me. Hi, I'm Kevin. I've been Kevin for 49 years. I've been Kevin Johnson for 18 less than that. Does that work? I run Secure Ideas. We're a consulting firm. We do penetration testing better than Bishop Fox does. And
Wow.
Bishop Fox doesn't agree. And I, the co-host, I also do a bunch of open source projects. I teach through Anti-Siphon. And I'm the nerdiest person my wife has ever met.
Yeah, you like a little movie called Star Wars, don't you?
I've heard that. I've heard that I like Star Wars. For the people who don't know, I'm a member of the 501st Legion. We are a costuming group. We build screen-accurate Star Wars costumes and then wear them to raise money for charity. So I have done a 5K marathon, not a marathon, 5K, whatever you call it.
So you ran a marathon?
Right. No,
I didn't know that kind of
I didn't run the 5K either. I did a 5K slog dressed in a full Darth Vader costume and dressed in a full Imperial Guard costume. And I want to be very clear, if anybody's imagining that as moving fast, you're wrong. So, yeah, it was hot. It was miserable.
Yeah.
No. But it raised money for breast cancer and arthritis research. And
Awesome.
I think in 2019, the last time I looked, we raised $17 million worldwide. And not me, the Legion. So.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it is, if you're ever in Jacksonville, come by. I have a life-size Chewbacca costume on a mannequin in the office. We're hoping to get a janitor service just to scare the crud out of them at like 2 in the morning. Walk around the corner and Chewbacca is there.
Have it on camera with the noise ready.
Yeah. We've got, what is that? They sell hardware crap. Spark Fun? No, it's not Spark Fun. Adafruit.
Yeah.
Adafruit sells these eyes that are animated.
The eyes.
And I bought a set, and they're in the Chewbacca mask when it's on the mannequin.
Nice.
So, like when you walk by, Chewbacca like looks at you. It's awesome. Sorry, random tangent. I'm full of random tangents. You know that.
Yeah,
I'm
I do.
full of lots of things. My eyes are brown.
Yeah.
And,
So besides the Star Wars, you're obviously into open source. You've called yourself a open source
So I was corrected. I used to call
It used to
myself
be, yeah.
an open source bigot,
Yeah.
and it was pointed out, and recently bigot is bad.
Right.
And I'm an open source fanatic.
That's a better way to say it.
Open
Yes.
source. I never thought about the definition of the word bigot. And then I'm like, somebody, I think it might have been Jayson, who is absolutely the smartest person at Secure Ideas. He's my balancing act, right? I do the weird shit, and then, oops, sorry. And then Jason's like, tone that back. And, so he's the professionally, I'm thankful.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, we, Samurai, WTF.
Yep.
Been doing the Samurai project for,
Oh my
I
gosh.
do math, 14 years now.
Yeah.
2018 was the 10th anniversary. And
It's one of the few open source projects I was involved with back in the day. Yeah.
we'd love to have you help us again.
No.
We're, it's actively maintained. It's in the OS projects. We're one of the OS projects. Been releasing it. Plus, Jason's built out a cool set of tools called Katana. For it, we've got a new vulnerable app called Wayfarer. Because one of the problems, and this is a weird complaint, but one of the problems you see with vulnerable apps, and you know this, right? You go into the vulnerable app, and the vulnerable app's like, go to the page SQLi.php. I wonder what it's vulnerable to, right? Like, it's not really a learning experience. And so Wayfarer is a ticketing system designed to be a real ticketing system that uses OAuth and all this kind of crap. Mick has done a lot of work. Corey has done a lot of work on that. And it's an open source project. And because it's stupid, but Secure Ideas is 12 years old this week.
Wow.
And
congrats, man. That's awesome.
I appreciate that, but I think that's more of a damn. I'm sorry, because I'm like responsible for all these people, and which I guess is good.
Yeah.
But to get where we are, and I feel like we're successful. Like that sounds conceited, but I'm where I am because people help me, and I say this often. You are a big reason I'm where I'm at. Right, you and I got together and started working on the social zombies stuff, and you really handled promoting that and bringing it forward, which I don't do well. And I'm here because people taught me stuff. And one of the things that I'm fascinated by and want more of is for us as an industry to help others learn. Because let's be blunt, infosec sucks, right? People suck. We're still fighting the same issues we were fighting 20 years ago, right? We're still logging into people's accounts using the password winter followed by the year, right? The only difference is the year is bigger, right? Yeah. And I think that, in my opinion, one of the main reasons we're doing that is we've made it too hard to get in. When a class costs $8,000, right? Plus travel, all right, certifications another $1,000, and then you got the other side where you've got, we've got random YouTube videos where people teach you stuff, and then you watch the video and you're like, that dude's too dumb to remember how to breathe, right? Like,
and people take them serious.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's
like
dangerous.
Have you seen the Tracer T video?
Yes.
Oh my God, I love the Tracer T video, right?
I know somebody who has adopted that as their handle.
I believe it, right?
Yeah.
But when you see this kind of stuff, how do you know that's legitimate, right? So that's Samurai's part of that. Like, let's get training out there. Let's get, we've got a 6-day class that wasn't for SANS, honest, that we open sourced, right, a few years ago and gotten out there, and then we're, I know Bishop Fox does a ton of, hey, here's how we do this. Here's how you can do this. And I know I'm randomly ranting. That's what I think is so important, is getting that kind of stuff out there. Let's show people, let's teach people, let's help people. I don't care who you are. I won't tell you there aren't dumb questions. There are absolutely dumb questions. I've probably asked all of them. But we've got to do this, and yes, that's why we're doing it.
Yeah,
right?
and I think that's I'm glad you brought that up, because I've been inspired by like John Strand, what he's doing with pay what you can kind of movements. You've been doing that as well, and we're starting to see, I think, more security companies offering that type of model versus the old standard that we know, right?
Yeah, the boot camp model where it's like, $4,000 to get in,
Yeah.
$5,000 to get in. I think that John's pay what you can stuff is beautiful. I really do.
Yeah.
Anti-Siphon is doing, and I'm biased, right? Because my courses and Jason's courses are now through Anti-Siphon. Like, we want people to go out there. The biggest hurdle that I think we're facing, there's two. One, people don't know that stuff is available, right? That you can go, and when we say pay what you can, we run a CISP boot camp. Damn it, I screwed that one up. We run a CISP mentorship, right? And it's a 10-week program to actually teach you the stuff the CISP tests you on. Not let's regurgitate this stuff for multiple choice and forget what that means. We actually teach it. And it's a pay what you can. And I want to be very clear that when we say pay what you can, we mean pay what you can. If it's zero, that's what you pay. You know what? More power to you. Come on in. And we don't need to know why. Like, I don't need a sob story. As a matter of fact, I don't want a sob story. Hey, I can pay $20. Great, thanks. Help you. We've had people that come in and say, I can pay this much, and I want to pay for somebody else. I want to help. And that's beautiful. John's been doing that for a while. We've been doing it for a while. So the first obstacle is people knowing about it, and believing it. The second obstacle, HR. The biggest problem we're seeing is people work for these companies that won't approve training, won't approve expensive training. And so they come to us and they're like, okay, we've got our professional evil application security class, and we charge this much for it. I'm not being vague, I just don't remember. And right? And they go to their HR group and say, look, I know we don't have a budget to spend this for a boot camp, but this 3-day course we can afford. And then the company says, well, it can't possibly be good. It's not expensive.
Oh, that is a...
Yeah, right?
Fundamentally, the concept of a boot camp geared specifically to pass a test without any kind of background context, experience.
Yep.
I have personally witnessed that with my own 2 eyes as a volunteer exam proctor. And I was just like, that was the one and only time I was an exam proctor, because I walked out and I was like, I don't know. I did not feel good about that experience at all, because it's going to not only dilute the value of the certification or whatever you're trying to accomplish, but you're now flooding the market with these folks that aren't really that experienced.
Yeah. Well, and in my head, it brings to mind, and I'm gonna, was it Accenture that just got fined because they were cheating on the ethics portion of the accounting exam?
I have no idea.
I don't remember who it was, but it was one of the accounting firms got fined because their staff were cheating on the ethics portion of the test, which I think is absolutely hilarious. Yeah. Right? But that's what boot camps are to me. Yeah. And there are people who learn that way, and they have a lot of experience, and they have the knowledge. They don't match what you and I think of as that, right? And the boot camp is just a way to do the checkbox. I got the test, I did this, and that's fine. If that's the way you go, that's great. But absolutely, it's like, what was it, years and years and years ago, I remember when there was this big tech news, right? 7-year-old kid passes the MCSE, right? And it's like, okay, that's awesome. I don't know what to say to that, And they're a genius. It's absolutely, they've got 7 years of experience. And
in life and studying for the MCSE.
Exactly.
Yeah. So I do want to, talk about some of your new projects that you've been working on. I know there's Open SBK. There was something else that you had mentioned too that
Paralyzer.
You want to talk about.
So Open SBK. I was talking about Open SBK first. It actually ties to that training idea, right? Here's the problem. We talk about the YouTube videos, right? How do you? Okay, I want to be this when I grow up, right? Like, what do you want to be when I grow up? I want to be a bologna sandwich, but right? I want to be a pen tester. What does that mean? Right? Like, what makes up a pen tester? What do you think it means? What do I think it means? And I'll bet you and I have similar opinions, because I know the quality work Bishop Fox does. It matches, right?
What does that really mean?
Exactly. Yeah. And then you say to somebody, what do I need to know? Okay, you need to know how to do buffer overflows. Okay, what does that mean? So OpenSBK is, let's build job descriptions, and then let's describe the knowledge, not teach you. OpenSBK isn't designed to replace training. It's designed to say, these are the 10 things I need to know to be a apprentice pen tester, and 10's a made-up number, right? Here's the 20 things I need to know to be this level. And that's what we're working on there, okay? And then just make it open. Here, everybody can use it. Parameter, this is, and I will say, it is the best thing possible except timing of the release. Jayson released it last week without thinking about the sheer number of tools being released this week.
The best week to release tools.
Exactly.
Right?
Release a tool. Release it right before Black Hat.
Yeah.
And, so Jayson Gillum is, and I'm biased, he's my business partner. The dude is amazing. He's also standing over there so we can throw stuff at him. But he released a tool called Paralyzer. It's a extension for Burp.
Okay.
And what it does, and he released this years ago, and what it does is how many times have you mapped a web app that you're testing, right? And you've gone through and you clicked all the buttons, and you get to the end, and there's 47,000 pages with 80 million parameters, and they all look interesting, and then you're like, oh, what do I do now, right? Like, what's next? And so what Paralyzer does is it basically goes through all the parameters for the in-scope targets, right? Okay. And it says, this is interesting because of this reason. This is interesting because of this reason. And it helps you focus a little bit. It does not do things like that's vulnerable to this. Right? That's not its goal. It is, hey, this is a parameter, and you know what? It looks like your password. Or, hey, this is a parameter, and it looks like this reason it's important. It's base 64 encoded, and when I decoded it, it was this thing, and that's cool for you to look at. So Paralyzer has always been a massive part of what we do when we map, okay? So a couple weeks ago, maybe a month ago, Jayson and I are talking, and Jayson says, I got an idea. And I'm like bragging on him, because when he said it to me, he was like, it's not that big a friggin' deal, but it might be cool. And I heard it, and I'm like, holy jeez, that is awesome. And I don't know why we haven't done it before. What it does is, you go into it and you say, you know what? In this app, this type of value is sensitive. Yeah. I'm worried about this token. I'm worried about this name or whatever, right? And then you say to Paralyzer, tell me where those secrets, right? Where those secrets are leaking. And it comes back and it says, you have this, and this that you told me was sensitive. And you're sending it to these 4 third-party sites. You're doing like
that's really cool.
Yeah,
I like it.
Yeah.
And it's such a simple idea, but I'll tell you, as somebody who has been doing web app pen tests since somewhere around 1743, right? I was ahead of my time, and like I miss that quite often. Yeah, because you're looking at so many things, right? And you're not looking at Google Analytics. Because you get, what is it, like you see the same thing all the time, and so you're not going to notice
desensitized.
Yeah. Like I walk in here and it's like, I didn't see those silver books because I saw them.
I knew you were going to work it.
Of course I was going to bring up the weird silver books that are, we're not going to talk about the price tags on the bottom. And, okay, we are going to talk about the price tags. But, so, like you get desensitized. Yeah. How many times are you looking at a web app and you don't even, it doesn't register in your head that it's calling Google Tag Manager. Yeah. Right? So you miss, I probably shouldn't say, here's the crap I miss when I'm testing. But really, that's what we do, right? And so this is designed, when he said it to me, I'm making fun of him, which he's used to. It's really sad. But he presented it as such a it's not that big a deal. I had this idea, I think it might work. And it was like, holy jeez, how have we never done this before? And so he's released it. It's not, I want to be just very clear, it's not in the B App Store yet. Okay. Paralyzer is. So you can download that. But the latest version, he submitted it to the B App Store, but Portswigger is behind. And that's not a dig, right? Like they're busy. And this is volunteer crap, right? And so it's going through, but it's on GitHub. So you can actually pull it down from that. It is such, if you're not using it on a web pen test right now, you're missing out.
Well, I, for one, am definitely going to check it out because I think one of the things that really piqued my interest here about the desensitized aspect of looking at just these massive amounts of data is when you think about application security at scale. Yes. You're not talking about one web application. You're talking about thousands that are within scope for a specific customer. Then suddenly traditional web application security becomes a big data problem. Where do I start? What do I look for?
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
And let's make it even more complicated, right? back when, and I'm gonna, you got a little bit of gray in your beard, so you might be around this, you might be as old as I am, right? But back when we were talking about Perl CGI scripts, right? Everything was there, no big deal. But nowadays, even if you are talking one app, you're really talking about 7 because it's calling
the
6 different APIs or whatever.
All different.
And so it makes it even worse that we're so used to this. And then so many of the places that leak this type of data, they're not done by the developer. The developer doesn't put Google Analytics in the app, right? No, the damn marketing people, sorry everybody, but right? They deploy Google Analytics. They're the ones like, hey, we need Hotjar. No, you don't need Hotjar. But right, like, and that's where we're leaking. Do you really want your bank account number going to Google Analytics?
Right.
Because damn straight, I don't.
Yeah, I've seen that in financial apps. Yeah.
We saw it. It's actually the reason he wrote this feature. It's like he was testing an online banking system.
Yeah,
and
there you go. Yeah.
So sorry, I rambled.
No,
that was fantastic.
Good ramble.
Yeah.
So Tom's used to the fact that he says one thing and I talk for an hour. And,
It's great. It makes the whole podcast. So,
I
don't have to do any work, really.
I will say, out of the podcast, I love doing the podcast with you, but you may notice if you watch, Tom does a concerted effort to find the dumbest thing that has come out of my mouth. And there's always a dumb thing that comes out of my mouth. And that's the screenshot he puts out. Like, hey, Kevin said...
Yeah.
All cookies are Nazis. And, right, like, boom. And in context, that would have made sense. But as the screenshot, it's awful.
To be fair,
I got to watch.
I like to rile him up a bit.
He does.
He gets very passionate about things like, the government. And
I love
politics.
the government. They're here to help. Totally here to help.
Yes.
Yeah. I get a little riled up about a couple things.
Awesome. Well, where I think you've already said where people can get a hold of you or find out more about stuff.
If you want to hang out, I'm Secure Ideas on Twitter and Darth Kevin, but Secure Ideas is really where I spend most of my time nowadays. Kevin at Secure Ideas is my email address. Love to hear from you. And I'm all over the place. The best place to find out anything I'm doing, the Shared Security Podcast.
Yes.
Why would you not watch that every week?
I know. If you want to see more of Kevin, you can check out the Shared Security Show every week.
I don't know anybody.
This guy's on.
I don't want to know anybody that wants to see more of Kevin. I want to be very clear because we're in Vegas. I'm dressed in every one of those episodes.
Thank goodness.
Oh, yeah.
Well, thanks so much, Kevin, for coming on the live stream.
Oh yeah, why not?
And of course we'll talk as we usually do.
Yeah.
But really appreciate you.
Right?
Yeah, we'll talk next week. But I appreciate you coming on, and
I appreciate you.
Great seeing you in person.
What has it been like? 5 years?
It's been like 5 years.
Yeah, it's nuts.
It's a stupid pandemic.
Tom, and I'm gonna say this to you. Because I need somebody, and I'm gonna ignore him. Tom is actually one of the best people I know. And I am jealous every day that he works at Bishop Fox and not Secure Ideas.
Sounds like a recruiting pitch.
Well, no, there was a story. No. I actually turned down a job offer a long time ago from Kevin.
Didn't you join Bishop Fox?
No, it was Secure State.
Oh yeah, where I put all the stickers.
Yeah.
But there is another story. Have you seen the video of me getting shot in the face?
No,
yes, with a Nerf dart. Yeah.
It was one of those rockets. I was on stage and he hit me. I said,
literally between the eyes.
I went, any questions?
Yep.
And the dart hit me right here. I will tell you, I almost dropped an F-bomb on stage because it was like, whoa.
Yeah. What just happened?
There's a GIF that goes around periodically, and it was the best shot. And it was after this other guy, who I won't name, had thrown like 80 of them at me and missed.
Yeah, I will give that to our marketing team, and they can use it in promotion. Well, thanks again, Kevin.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. And everybody, please stick around we have more guests coming up on the Bishop Fox live stream from DEFCON. So stay tuned.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox, and I'm here to introduce our next guest on the live stream. And so I'm pleased to have Matt Scheurer of he's the host of the ThreatReel podcast joining us today. Welcome.
Great, thank you very much for having me. It's a pleasure to be here, and my podcast has been in the dustbin for a little bit, but we're hoping to pull that
Bring it
thing
back,
out.
man.
Yeah, brush the dust off of that, and get up and running here again soon. I do have a day job where I do digital forensics and incident response in a large enterprise environment. I have a gag order, though, not to talk about where I work, but I can talk a little bit about the things I do. That's no problem.
Awesome. So how did you get into digital forensics? What's your background?
So I had a previous job where I was very much a jack of all trades security engineer and wore a lot of different hats. It was great exposure to a lot of different things. And, you know, for one moment I might be pushing out next generation firewall rules. And then in another moment I'm doing digital forensics and incident response, investigating security alerts and triaging those. And then the next minute, I'm answering questions for auditors, which was probably one of the least favorite things I ever had to do.
Yeah.
And then, you know, it was if it needed done, you know, pretty much had to do it. And so what was interesting for me was just sort of doing incident response and having that opportunity. And so maybe it was about 5% of my job there, and it was my favorite 5%.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes that's all it takes is, you know, that exposure to, you know, get you to what you want to do in your career. That's awesome. So, and how long have you been doing digital forensics now?
So I've been focused on that probably for a little bit under 2.5 years.
Okay, very cool. And you had a talk at the Blue Team Village that just took place, right?
Yes, I did. Actually, in my Blue Team Village talk here at DEFCON 30 was titled "Lend Me Your IRs," and as you might imagine, it was about incident response. And unfortunately, the Twitch channel kind of had some issues, some technical issues, about 2/3 of the way into streaming my talk. However, anybody who wants to go out on YouTube and pull up the Blue Team Village, the video from that talk will be uploaded there and is accessible. And in the title slide as well is a link to the slide deck. So anybody that's interested in, you know, finding that, it'll redirect out to my GitHub, and they can download that slide deck. But that particular talk, it really, from my previous employer, covers my 3 favorite security investigations. And the first one that was memorable was because TrustWave had done an amazing job of highlighting a attack that was targeting financial institutions, and the payload were actually macros in a Microsoft Publisher file, which is very unusual.
Wow, that is strange.
Certainly you expect to see malware targeting banks, right? And you expect to see those kinds of things in Word documents, Excel spreadsheets, probably very predominantly, and maybe even to an extent Adobe files. But in this case, it was Microsoft Publisher, which was highly unusual. So it made headlines, and then some other news organizations kind of picked that up and ran with it. And so one day I'm sitting at my desk frantically working away on probably 5 different things at once, multitasking as usual, and I have somebody come up to my desk and they're sort of freaking out and they're just very animated and, oh man, our admin assistant for the CEO just got hit with this thing. That was all over the news last week, and it matches these IOCs. I need you to dig in the attachment. When they first come up to me, I'm kind of like, oh yeah, I'll look into this thing. But the more they stood there and talked, the more amped up I started getting. Their bad anxiety and bad assumptions actually wore off on me. And so I finally get the attachment, and I'm tearing into this attachment. And long story short, I squandered an awful lot of time investigating this thing. At the very end, I thought, well, it could certainly be spoofed. So it could be a bit of a red herring, but I just didn't look at the EXIF data. So I look at the EXIF data, and lo and behold, the author of the file turned out to be our test phishing vendor.
Oh.
Now, you can't take that at face value, right? So I look at the message headers, I pull the actual, and then I look, And yeah, it came from them all right. And for me, the tragic thing is I'd given a talk in the past called Phishing Forensics. Is it just suspicious or is it malicious? And I would drill into people, always start with the email message headers. That would have been good advice for me to follow from me, but painful lesson learned, right?
Oh, wow.
Yeah? Wow. That's cool. So, and do you have any other upcoming talks as well? I think there's a couple other things you got in the hopper, right?
Yeah, I do. I'm going to have to cheat a little bit and look because my memory just isn't that good at the moment to recall it. So let me cheat here a little bit. Circle City Con 9 in Indianapolis, Indiana is coming up in September. I am actually giving a Wireshark workshop.
Oh, awesome.
It's about a 2-hour workshop, and it's really geared for folks that are newer to Wireshark, or basically introduction up to intermediate level. Anybody that's a little bit rusty, I think, would get a good benefit from that. And so, for those who don't know, usually the workshops at Circle City Con are free or very nominal, low, $5-10 cost, something like that. So I'm looking forward to hosting that. I've got some other surprises for people who show up to the room a little bit early. So
very cool.
If you're at Circle City Con, come check it out. It's going to be fun, some fun stuff that people don't normally see. I'm also speaking at the 2022 Cybersecurity Midwest Summit in Cincinnati, Ohio. I'll be doing a panel talk there with a bunch of other folks, and that'll be on September 29th. So anybody that's going to be around Cincinnati, then check it out. I was accepted as a backup speaker to GERCON in Grand Rapids.
Oh, yeah. Great con.
And right there in mid-October. And I'm hoping that I actually get a chance to get up on stage and so forth. If I'm going to go there talking about being a superstar, I'm going to dress the part.
Yeah, you have to, of course.
And I've maybe been known to throw some black hats out into the audience.
Oh, really?
So, so
very cool.
Some good incentive for folks to get there and check that out. And then late October, the 26th through 28th, is the Information Security Summit in Cleveland, Ohio.
I will be there.
Awesome.
Yeah.
And so, I will be participating right now in the morning show with Rob there. So.
Cool. I know Rob.
Oh,
very
do you?
well.
Okay, very good. Yeah. So
I'm from Cleveland, so yeah.
Really? Okay, so I'm from Mansfield, Ohio originally.
Oh, no kidding.
Which is 70, for those who don't know, 70 miles between Cleveland and Columbus, right in the middle. So very close to
small
where
world.
From.
Yeah.
Indeed, very small world.
Awesome. Love seeing more people from Ohio.
Excellent.
Great. So Matt, one thing I'd seen, you had done a talk on, or maybe a class on regular expressions. And I'm kind of a sucker for regular expressions, but I've heard this term, like if you're using regular expressions, you're doing it wrong. Have you ever heard that? And where do you think that came from?
I've honestly never heard that before. I think probably the most funny thing I've ever seen with regular expressions are people were doing mock-up book covers from, the idea is it was meant to look like an O'Reilly book when it was O' really. Yeah. And so somebody had one that was like regular expressions, putting dots and slashes until a thing happens or something like that. It made me laugh hysterically. It was a talk I gave probably most notably at DerbyCon 7 back in the day. And it was one of those things where a lot of people struggled with it, and I just wanted to kind of put some basic information out there. I thought it was a underrepresented topic at security conferences. Now, the challenge is regular expressions is a very dry topic, so my thought is, how do I make this fun for anybody? And what I ended up doing is I made an avatar of my mom, and I put these little voice clouds in, and if you didn't know what regular expressions were, if average person on the street, they might think, oh, you mean old sayings? Because nobody knows more old sayings than my mom, and I can cite you a specific example. So I had this voice cloud with my mom, and it was on the Let's Begin slide, and the voice cloud says, this is going to hurt me a lot more than it hurts you. And as she would tell me this, she's standing there with the yardstick, and I've got the sore behind. I'm crying my eyes out. So I'm not sure how true that really was, but I sprinkled a healthy dose of motherly advice throughout that talk, and people seemed to really enjoy it.
Yeah.
I also printed out a regex cheat sheet and handed out for that talk as well for folks.
Yeah, I literally have heard that a couple times, and I'm like, why? I don't understand. They're so powerful. They're so. It does take a commitment to learn. It's not the easiest thing.
There's a learning
to pick
curve
up.
there. Yeah.
There's a learning curve, but mastering regular expressions, not to steal from the actual title from the book, is a superpower, I think. It's just fantastic. So and to sprinkle in the humor aspect of it, I think is great too.
Well, thank you.
Definitely dry.
So I know one thing we want to talk to you about was what's the biggest challenges with phishing forensics? I think is an interesting topic in itself.
Yeah, and so some things have changed since I first gave that talk. And for me, I think some of the hardest things are back when I put that talk together, we didn't really have cloud mail services used by enterprises so much. And so we've seen a whole lot more issues with, for example, people being able to do thread hijacking. They're able to compromise accounts because the mail services are accessible from anywhere with an internet connection. And the other thing that happens is if somebody's sending messages through Microsoft email services or Google, you really only can tell where the messages originated to that level. It becomes even harder to attribute things than they were before. And so you see that, and just because you can validate something came from Google,
right?
But you can't really tell where it originated. Microsoft, maybe I can geolocate it as far as the continent it likely came from, but I can't tell where it truly originated. And of course, you can't just call up a large company and say, "Hey, would you mind sharing your logs with me so I can tell where this happened from?" So I think we've seen bigger spikes in business email compromise, thread hijacking. It really boils down to impersonation, right? So you have impersonation of organizations, you have impersonation of your clients, you have impersonation of employees, and those are the things that become more prevalent. It's no longer just, hey, click this link, open this attachment, and so that's where things have really gotten complex, in my opinion.
Yeah. So what kind of advice would you give kind of newcomers into security and they want to get into digital forensics? Like what advice would you give them?
That's a great question, and I actually have a newer talk, and I'm hoping Gurkhan will be one that picks it up, and that particular talk is called Becoming an IR Superstar. I think I referenced that earlier, and really that was honestly, it was inspired by the organization I work for. I participated in interviewing an awful lot of candidates, and what we found were there were shocking lack in skills in some important areas. And the thing that sort of blew me away is that we had folks applying, and maybe incident response wasn't their core focus, but what they were doing is they were security engineers at big organizations we've all heard of. They had degrees, they had a laundry list of certifications, and you would think that if somebody's a certified hacking forensic investigator, for example, they would understand magic bytes, magic numbers, file headers, whatever you want to call them. And so if you're looking at a text editor or in the ASCII output of a hex editor, for example, if you see something like MZ, you would expect somebody that has that type of certification, that's an executable file, because file extensions, obviously, they can be renamed or they can be removed. And so you really have to be able to identify those files. And very similar with PK, if you see that in the first few bytes, that's generally a zip file going back to the old PKware days.
Oh, wow.
And so, because generally when something isn't human readable, there's a few possibilities, and some of the more common ones are that it could be encoded, it could be encrypted, or it could just simply be compressed data, and you need to decompress it to do further analysis.
Nice. So where can our audience find out more about you and your talks and what you got coming up?
Great question. So for anybody that wants to keep up to date with where I'm speaking, the things I'm working on, you can follow my Twitter handle at C3RKAH. Generally, anything I'm participating in, I try to make sure I promote out there and let folks know. And always looking for more followers. I'd love to get to 1,337.
Yeah,
so
do
I
it.
can tell people
Hear that,
how
everyone?
elite I am.
Yep,
And,
find them on Twitter.
I would. I'm getting close. So,
Yeah.
hopefully, if anybody's
Get you
tuning
there.
in, hit me up there, and I would really appreciate a follow, and I'll try to do a follow back. Thank you.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on the live stream, Matt. Really appreciate it, and good luck to you and all your talks and all your research.
Great. This has been fun. I want to thank Bishop Fox for having me. Thank you, everyone.
You're welcome. All right. Well, stay tuned. We've got some more guests coming on the Bishop Fox DEFCON live stream, so stay tuned.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting at Bishop Fox. And I am pleased to introduce someone who really doesn't need an introduction, Jayson E. Streets. Welcome to the live stream.
Well, thank you for having me. I always like hanging out with you, so it's good to be here.
It's great, just great to catch up, and so glad you're here. And we just mentioned before the live stream started that this is like your capstone event, right, of the year. You're very passionate about DEF CON, right?
Yeah, DEF CON is like people don't understand, and one of the things that I've always loved about DEF CON is you get people from all over the world who usually would never have a chance to actually meet in real life.
Yeah.
It's like, and this creates that opportunity for them. And as DEF CON grows, you hear some of the naysayers like, well, it's changed. It's like, it's not the same. Yes, thank goodness. It's like, because when I first went at the Alexis Park, it was just chaos. It's like, how would you able to, like, there weren't any villages. There weren't like any people to find my people. It's like people that I like, really like the things that I like doing. And now with these villages and the way that it's grown, yes, it is one conference, but it's like a meeting place for everybody with a different passion. They have a place to like congregate. It's like, so you've got, if you like wireless hacking village, like social engineering village, hardware hacking village, lockpicking village. There's so many different villages, contest areas, things that each person, which just generates more ways for you to find new friends, to find new people that share that same passion that you have, no matter where they live in the world. And it's like, and continue that on through like DEF CON groups throughout the year. So that is one of the reasons why I love DEF CON so much. It gave me a home. It gave me a family. It's like, this is my tribe. And it's like, we talk about, it's like what the group is. It's like, it's something people don't like calling it a family. And then you don't have to. It's like, but to me it is. It's like, this is where people that it's like, I haven't seen you so long. And I remember one thing, I'm trying not to get emotional about it, but I was at a different conference in Berlin, and I ran into Dan Kaminsky, and he told me, it's like he had just moved. And I was like, dude, I didn't even know where you were before, but it's like, great, I hope you enjoy it. And he's like, and he just looked at me, and you know how Dan is, and it's like, and he just said, we live at Con.
Yeah.
It's like, your home is at Con. I see you at Con. It's like, that makes my home. And I was like, exactly. And so this is, I've got such long-lasting friendships and relationships, more here in this conference, in this area, than anywhere I've ever been where I've lived. It's like, and have had a house. Major Malfunction, FX. It's like, they live in different countries. They're my people. They're my closest friends. Grifter lives in a different state, but we still talk to each other. We still see each other. El Cantaro. It's like, I mean, I've only been able to go to Tokyo once and see him, but he's always here, and I'm able to see him at DEF CON, and I'm able to connect with him.
Yeah, I mean, I first met you at DEF CON. That was way back in the day, and I agree with you completely. Like the relationships that are made and built here are they're lifelong, right? They're lifelong. That's awesome. So tell me a little bit about some of your hacker adventures lately. Any cool things that you've encountered?
Oh, I actually did a really good hacker adventure. I was in Gothenburg, Sweden, for Security Fest.
Oh.
And I always, there's a website called Atlas Obscura where it shows you all the weird little tourist places that are in any city that you want to go look for.
Yeah.
So, because I mean, by now it's like I'm tired of like going to like, oh, here's the, this tourist item that everybody goes. I want to go to the places like, that's freaky. It's like, that's weird.
Yeah.
And one of the places was like St. Peter's, the first fortress right there on the water in Gothenburg. And when I get there, because I don't adult very well, so I didn't really look to see at the times or anything. I just assumed it was open because it said certain times on the site. It was closed to the public, And so therefore my second part kicks in, which also creates my international incidents mostly, was time for the drone. It's like, so, because I have a Mavic Mini 2 that's been hacked, so it disregards no-fly zones, it disregards height restrictions, it disregards everything, because it just does. You should have seen, I had my old Mavic, it's like I literally was flying at the Summer Palace in Beijing, which is like, yes, and it's like, and the planes are like landing right over around it too. So it's so it's a double no, right? And I just remember the whole time I was going over the water, it kept just saying, land now, no fly zone. Land now, no fly zone. And I was like, not today, motherfucker, not today. And it's like, and that video's up on YouTube now. It was great. It's like,
that's so awesome.
I don't know if I'll be going back to China, but it's like, it was great. I had great footage of the Great Wall too, which is just as, sketchy.
Wow.
But I created a lot of incidents that way. So I was like, I was going to put the drone up, and then I see a guard walk up toward me, and I'm like, oh, crap. It's like, so, when you're forced to, it's like when you're trying to rob someone, you just, try to be honest. So I just go up to him and I go, hey, it's like, I know this place isn't open. I really wanted to go see it. It's like, it's been something that was like on my to-do list because I don't know when I'm going to be coming back. That's how I broke into the Marina Bay Sands when they were still under construction. But yeah, so I said, can I just come in and just take a look real quick? I just want to fly my drone just to get a good view of it. Well, it turns out an interesting fact about Mr. Peter's Fortress, it's on an active military base.
What?
So that was cool. So they're like, no,
guys with guns?
They will shoot the drone down. Yeah. I'm like, oh, okay. I like to see them try, but it's like I'm trying to. Is there any way that I could go in? Because it's like I'm leaving tomorrow. It's like I gotta go, and it's like the guy literally calls his supervisor and gets the supervisor to okay me and my friend Paul Coggin to go and do a tour of the fortress.
Wow.
It's like, I'm adorable. I try. So it's like, so he literally walks us through the fortress, and best tour guide ever. I mean, he was like, we were going into areas that are not supposed to be for public. It's like old areas. It's like, and like he was giving us the history of it, and we were going through all this stuff. And then we go up outside to where the actual guns are, the big, these guns were so big they had to get a ship and then build a locomotive track to take with a train to take it to the place where they finally installed it. And you're not supposed to be up there because it's still live cannons. They use them on their National Day, which was like 3 days hence, which is the reason why it was closed to the public. And you're not, even on a good day, the public is not allowed on those guns. So I've got a really great picture that I posted on Twitter that the guard took for me on the gun. It's like he actually took the picture. So that was a good hacker adventure because that was just totally like, even I was just like, this is out there. Like, so yeah, and I've had some ones where people are going like, yeah, that is out crazy. So, but yeah, that was probably the weirdest hacker adventure since I got hit by the car in Saudi Arabia. So yeah.
Okay. I don't think I've heard that one about the Saudi Arabia car hit. Maybe I did. But
no, it was not a big deal. It was just I mean, it's the fifth car that I've been hit while on foot, but it was the third that was on accident, so that was good.
Oh, I wasn't really not intentional.
So yeah, so I was happy about that. It's like those are always the nice ones. And it's like I was just walking across this street, and there was this couple that was about to go through, and I was on the crosswalks this time. It's like doesn't always happen. But I was like in the crosswalks, and so I'm going across, and this guy just like knocks me on top of the hood up into near the window, and it was so cool. I loved it because I was able to slide off and just start. And I just went like, "Excuse me, sorry," and like it just kept walking. And the best part about it was Grifter and Major Malfunction were right behind us. So I had witnesses. So yeah, that was great. I mean, having a very high pain tolerance sucks most of the time.
Right.
But when you want to look cool after you hurt yourself, it's the best ability to have. So it's like I was able to just like keep walking, and then I tweeted out, it's like after I got hit, it's like everything's okay. The government freaked out. It's like did he get hit? Because I was a guest at the conference and stuff.
Oh, okay.
So they were like they didn't want to lose one of their speakers.
Sure.
But because I don't think I spoke first. So always do the shenanigans before you're supposed to talk, because
Yes.
then the conference is more motivated about making sure you get onto the stage. After it, it's like you're like you could disappear and like, okay, yeah, he's done, we're good. It's like,
Yeah, I find it so interesting. Like you always kind of end up in these situations. Like you've got the greatest stories. Like ever since I've known you, just like these strange things. Like and you're not even like asking, or you're just in those situations. And
Yeah,
I think
it's
things just
crazy.
happen
Yeah.
around you that I just find so fascinating.
it is a very weird, yeah. It's like I live a very weird life. It's like, and people ask me like, why don't you write an autobiography? And I'm like, I've lived through half of this stuff, and some
Yeah.
of it's on video. I still don't believe it. It's like, I literally, one of the things that people talk about me, like when I told people, it's like my quickest compromise was walking in from the front door of a bank in Beirut, Lebanon, and to getting actual compromise on a machine, 15 seconds.
Yeah.
I've got it on video. I'm actually doing a talk this year. It's like where I actually show the video where you
really?
see me walking through the branch. You see me compromising the machine, talking to the manager in a way that I was able to get the manager to then escort me to all the machines, including the data center. It's like, and 100% compromise of every machine in that building in under 8 minutes. And then I was out the door. And it's, but it doesn't sound real. And it sounds, half the stories, I'm very skeptical. I would hardly believe half the things that I was saying. It's like, that's why I was so glad Major Malfunction was there in Grifter.
Witnesses.
Because it's like,
That's
that
right.
was a cool slide off that hood. It's like, so I'm glad I had witnesses.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah, I want to hear just a little bit about like China in particular.
Yes.
Right? Because there's always that mystique about China being like this obviously very oppressive, they're monitoring everything and people are following you around. Like how much of that is, because you spent time in China.
I was going to China for probably about 10 years and also guest lecturer at the Beijing Institute of Technology. I helped start the DEFCON groups in Beijing, Shanghai, and Shenzhen. And Hong Kong. And so I will tell you this, it's like I did a talk at DEFCON 22. It was one of the actual best talks I've ever done in my life. I cringe. I have so low self-esteem anyway. It's like I cringe at so much at all my videos. And so, but DEFCON 22 is the only one that I actually find halfway decent where I don't, I could actually watch twice if I had to. It's like, so it's like, and one of the things I did was I listed the 5 things that we don't like about China. And then in all those 5 things, I then showed an actual news article showing the United States doing the same thing.
Oh, interesting.
Because I believe in being a patriot. It's like I can love my country enough to say that we can do better. It's like, so I don't really talk about what other governments are doing when I can't, it's like I'm not going to tell them about the splinters in their eye when I've got a log in my own.
Right.
It's like, and so that's just not the way I roll. So I will say, yes, it's like but hackers are hackers. I will go to any place in the world that it's, where there's hackers. It's like invisible lines on a map do not dictate who my friends are because they're not the ones doing those things. They're not the ones committing those atrocities. It's like they're just as much of a victim in a lot of instances as the people that they're supposed to be getting oppressed. So it's like, how can I say something about that? So I was in Moscow. It's like in 2019. And I was sitting back with some Russian hacker dudes, and it's like, and they came up with the election. And I was like, dude, let's be honest with you, because I don't filter. It's like I never have to worry about it ever getting a top secret clearance. Don't
worry about it.
It's like I don't give a, so it's like I tell people I lie for a living. I don't do it for free.
Right.
And so I'm sitting down and having drinks with them. It's like, and Pepsi Max, because they don't have Diet Pepsi there, but I also don't drink alcohol. And so, and I went and was talking to him. I was like, let's face it, okay, guys. We know you hacked us. It's like you hacked the election. You did some shenanigans. It's like almost based off of some of the stuff y'all did in Estonia. The reason why everybody's pissed, especially in the U.S. intelligence community, is y'all did it so much better than we did with the Shaw and with Pinochet and with all the other people in Central America. Y'all just did it better. I mean, congrats. It's like, I mean, I mean, I ain't mad, bro, but it was not nice. It's like,
Right.
you know, it's like, so, it's like, and that can be controversial, but yeah, have you met me? It's like, so yeah, so I think that's the coolest thing about it is just that I don't hate them for that. It's like, and I don't because I understand that we do things that maybe some people aren't too happy about. I had someone talking about when I was in Saudi Arabia, bringing up some horrible events, and I was like, and literally my only reply was, okay, but I'm not meeting their government. I'm not meeting their officials. I'm meeting the hackers who are trying to learn, who are trying to grow and trying to get better and trying to make their country better. And there's been a lot of progress. And it's like, and the day before, a U.S. drone strike killed 10 people, civilians. So how am I supposed to like equate that? And so China, the same way. China, when I went there, every person, it's like, was friendly.
Yeah.
It's like people were, and I tell this to everybody that if you go and you sit on the street, like in Wangfujing Street, which is a busy thoroughfare in Beijing, or if you sit down in Sao Paulo, or if you go into London, or if you go into somewhere like in, I mean, wherever. It's like everywhere that I have been, I don't try to just tour the city, or I try to live there. I try to see around it. I spend one day walking through the city, and I did that in Riyadh. It's like I've done that in Beijing, Shanghai. Nobody around, just me walking the city. Yeah. And if you sit down, you will see the same thing. You will see people taking their kids to school. You'll see people going to work. You'll see shopkeepers opening up their shops. You'll probably see some tourists. It's like you'll probably see people going about business. That's it.
That's life. Yeah.
I learned one quick thing my first visit to China. It's like there are no such things as foreigners. It's like we're human. It's like you think that your culture is different than the Chinese. You better believe it is. But guess what? Do you think the New Yorker's culture is different than someone from Tennessee? The person's culture in Florida a little bit different than someone in Seattle? We have the same different cultures. It's like this country is made up of different cultures. It's where we try to make it more black and white, where we try to divide it, that we start losing the actual essence of it. It's like, so it's like, it's not about your culture. It's about being human.
Yeah.
On my business card, it says 3 things: hacker, helper, human, period. In that order. It's like, because it's the order of importance that I see it as.
Yeah. That's awesome. So what kind of things you got coming up? Any talks? Any
I'm doing some talks. I'm working now. Got a new job. It's like I'm the chief chaos officer.
Yes.
For TrueSec, which is funny because the only thing I negotiated in the whole thing
is the title.
It's like they're a Swedish-based company and they do security, and they're more corporate security. So trust me, it was a negotiation. I wanted to just, chief chaos coordinator. But they were like, well, we need it more official. So they gave me, so I got promoted.
Officer.
It's like, yay. It's like, so that's awesome. And so, so I'm chief chaos officer at TrueSec. I do mostly security awareness. And I don't do red teaming. It's like I use red teaming techniques, but I use it for security awareness engagements, because after I finish robbing someone, I'll wait for 2 minutes. It's like to make sure that I've escaped. And that was a funny story in Lebanon once. But then I go back and I go and educate the people. And I tell each person what they did, why it was wrong. And I let them know, it's like, I'm not writing your name down. I am not testing you. I am teaching you. This was not a loss. This was a lesson. And when we start understanding that red team's only existence is to make the blue team better, we all start winning more. It's like, because I want my clients to win. I want those people to catch me. It's like, because that helps them. It's like on every engagement, by the 3rd day, I make sure that I get caught. It's like, because the whole thing is to get them that teachable moment. It's like, and I tell them, it's like, look, I am a simulated adversary. I am not your adversary. I'm your advocate to make sure that you're doing better and your company is protected.
Yeah, that's one of the things I always loved about your approach with that. it's different than what you see out there, and I really appreciate that.
I
That's
am
awesome.
different. That's some of the nicest ways they put it. But yes, different.
Different but good.
Yes.
I can't even think of a question. It's just been fantastic spending time with you and listening to your stories.
I talk a lot, so I'm sorry.
No, it's
No,
great. I feel inadequate. I don't even have a question. It's just been great.
There's
learning.
no inadequacies here.
Yeah.
It's like,
This is always like how our conversations go, and I've had you on the podcast before, and we've always had I love when you share your stories and the hacker adventures and all of that. So where can our audience find out more about you? I think they probably already know, but just to reiterate.
Well, my main site, for all my information stuff is on JaysonEaststreet.com. My travels and stuff I'm still trying to update, but hackeradventures.world. And I live tweet my life. So people think that I tweet for like Twitter. It's like, and if you actually look, that's my live journal. It's like I do that for me because it's like I'm trying to externalize some of my thoughts. So they're like, they see something, they're like, "Are you okay, bro?" And I'm like, "When did I ever give you the impression that I was?" It's like, you see, and it's like, and sometimes it still freaks me out when I'm going to a conference or something, and someone mentions something that and I'm like, "How'd you know about that?" It's like, oh, they saw people are reading that stuff. It's like that's scary. It's like so, but yeah, it's like so that's the main ways.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming on live stream. Really appreciate it. Awesome catching up with you. And well, enjoy the rest of the con. I know you will.
Thanks. I'm going to try.
Yes, you will. Awesome. All right. Well, we have one more guest coming up on the live stream. So everyone stay tuned.
Welcome to Bishop Fox Live from DEFCON 30. I'm Joe Seckman, AVP of R&D.
And I'm Tom Eston, AVP of Consulting, also at Bishop Fox. And I'm here to introduce our final guest of our live stream today, and that is Barry MacLaughlin, Senior Director of Recruiting at Bishop Fox. Welcome.
Welcome.
Hello. Thank you for having me. Appreciate it.
Glad to have you here. So tell us a little bit about what you've been up to since coming to Bishop Fox. What's your role, and talk about a little bit about recruiting.
Absolutely. Yeah, I am here from a recruiting endeavor to find out a little bit more about the world of DEFCON. Also, we were sponsors of the Diana Initiative yesterday, so participated in that, which was great. And then started the week with B-Sides. So
another great conference.
Touring through all three, understanding really that talent ecosystem inside of our marketplace.
Yeah.
So important to us, and talent is our people, and enjoying that opportunity to meet others and see a little bit about the conferences.
Awesome. Yeah, I want to hear your thoughts on the Diana Initiative, because that's a kind of a newer conference that has been taking place here alongside B-Sides and DEFCON. What's your experience been with that conference?
It's a tremendous conference. If you think about where Diana Initiative started back in 2015, an offensive security for women, and now expanding that further out into other diversity channels and the opportunities for others to get together, share thoughts and content information, really impressive. So very similar, smaller conference like B-Side with vendors and talk tracks and information, but an outstanding opportunity, I think, for a wide group of people to come together, specifically in the diversity channels that's so important to us in our hiring efforts, but also in the industry as well overall.
Yeah, I agree. It reminds me in my talk I gave at B-Sides Las Vegas this week, I talked about diversity and specifically how diverse teams are the best teams. The more diverse that you can make your teams, the better off you'll be, and better off just working together. And the value that brings a company is just tremendous.
Yeah, you couldn't be more correct, Tom. I mean, I think that not only in the way that we show up as individuals, but collectively our thoughts and the different ways we view things individually. So yeah, I think Bishop Fox has done an amazing job of that. I think it really what sets us apart in the industry, and I think the opportunity for us as an organization collectively is outstanding right now for those reasons.
Yeah.
So we've had a lot of talks and discussions about mentorship and hiring and how to get into the industry. So what are some of the hiring trends that you've seen within the cybersecurity industry?
It's interesting, Joe, and seeing this back from even from the Big Four to technology individuals and professionals. Today, really, if you think, really not even before COVID in the Great Resignation, but really the talent wars that have been existing really since, you think about since the dot-com days, 20 years ago, it was the same war for talent. That was kind of where that concept came from. Today, it's no different. In fact, it's even more, I think, exhibited in the choices that people have, how they're treated, what they show up, what they expect, not just on pay, but to your point, mentorship, leadership, directional bearing of the organization. So I think if you're not competing for talent in that capacity in a way that drives people to come to your organization and also stay, growing their careers, you're at a loss. And really what I've seen the trends different today is the talent ecosystem that exists. Traditionally, those channels have always been around full-time employees. That's no longer the case. So maybe you need a subcontractor channel. Maybe you need part-time. Maybe you need to meet people where they are as far as that talent goes to solve problems with clients, but you do it through that individual, collectively through their efforts, but where you meet them as far as what their employment endeavor is and what they want to be.
So one question I have, and I guess this is just building off some of the earlier conversations that we've had, is just around hiring and when to hire, like put up a job rec and look outside versus recruit from within and find somebody that fits that mold or has that potential and seems to be a good fit. Is that something? Well, I guess I won't lead in with the question, but more, how do you see that working, especially at Bishop Fox, which I know happens a lot, but when do you make that call to look within or to hire outside?
It's a good point. Whenever you get tapped in your organization as far as delivering what's next, it's hard, especially what you have with internally. So you're going to have to look at external opportunities to do that. The three really ways that you look at it is one being knowledge. What do people possess in their skill sets of what they already possess walking in the door? The second is those skills themselves. Are these certifications? Is it experiences they draw upon from previous engagements? The last one that's really hard to really find, though, is your aptitude and your ability. Those are the soft skills. So it's easy to go internally because everybody collectively has those same concepts. We're on the same page. We know each other, right? So it's easier, I think, to bring people in projects that way. There's a minimized risk. We already know how good Joe's going to do when he shows up. If I hire Tom from the outside, there's a little bit of ambiguity and unknown, right? Not just you, Tom, but others just in general, right? But, what's important to recognize is you try to understand those three attributes of somebody and their skill sets, their knowledge, and how they show up to clients. That's ultimately what we do really well with. And, how you get along with teams, how you get along with others, how you show up to a project, mentoring, learning, helping others grow as well. It's a big part of it. So going outside isn't easy, but it's critical inorganically to solve problems and to grow your organization.
Yeah, so one of the things that's very unique at Bishop Fox is our culture, I think. And, well, I'd like to think it's unique. I really do think it's unique just in that capacity. But what are the top key ways that you look outside for folks to measure their compatibility culturally?
It's a good question. I think a couple things. One, back when you talk about what matters to people, if I showed up at your house and I sat down with you and your spouse and I had a whole bunch of cards on the table and you picked them over and you talked about what was important to you and your family, maybe it's benefits, maybe it's your career opportunity, maybe it's salary. But ultimately, that's not what's sticky. That's not what keeps you. So I think as you look at people and their cultural interests, you have to dive into your point about our core competencies. What does people show up? How do they want to stay? And so I think it's more than that of just what your pay is, what your benefits say they are, or your working environment. I think it's more about collectively your competencies as an organization. And that's what I think is special about Bishop Fox. It's living your core values in every day. It's not just something you put on a website. It's not something you talk about and you splash it and it sounds good to a corporate level executive, right? It's actually lived. So for me, I think that aspect of what Bishop Fox has that's special sauce is that aspect of the culture. And I think if we put a way that we judged everybody internally about what was important to them, there'd be a similar thread that would tie all of that. And I think you have to look at that in the recruiting opportunities to mirror that, because that's really important to go forward in the same approach where people collectively feels that same way.
Yeah, I completely agree. One of the things I really like about Bishop Fox is, and around our culture, is the mentorship that we provide really anyone in the company through our mentorship program. And that's something that I've worked in companies where mentorship wasn't even a thing. Like, nobody even talked about it. And here we really try to, pair people up with either other leaders in the organization or peers to learn new skills and to develop people into great managers and leaders, and that's something that's very special here. Sure.
I would agree, and I think that respect and care for one another with humility showing up, because you can always have smart people. Bishop Fox has tremendously smart people, but collectively as a group too, and how we work together as we show up and deliver projects. I think that's what's truly significant in an organization, and it represents itself in our turnover. We're extremely low turnover, way lower than the industry. And while everybody's spiked and nobody's immune from that, certainly I think that what people see at Bishop Fox and what I've enjoyed coming here and seeing myself from other organizations as well is that it's special.
Yeah, we'd kind of touched on a little bit of the Great Resignation, as it's called. I'm curious to just get your thoughts of kind of what you see out there in the field of, when a lot of people are leaving their current roles for something else, and, the old saying is the grass really greener, right, on the other side. What do you kind of see when you're talking to candidates and you're asking about, like, why are you thinking of leaving your position or things like that?
It's a great question. A lot of times when I go back to a lot of money getting thrown around, there's certain state laws now where I can't ask you what you earned before last year. I can't ask you what your bonus paid. So there's a lot of ambiguity towards understanding truly where a candidate's going to show up and the skills that they have in the marketplace. So the Great Resignation, I think, isn't just about people, thinking about compensation. I think a lot of it's how they're treated. I think there's work that they want to do. I think it's the challenges that they want to solve. So I think it all comes into those things in the Great Resignation. And opportunities that people have, I think there's an old school thought, well, we're paying you well. We have an opportunity. We have tuition reimbursement. We have your career opportunities. We have mentorship. Why would you leave? Well, maybe there's something else in their management. Maybe it's in their group. Maybe it's how the other things that they feel like they're treated. Where Bishop Fox is, I think, comes in uniquely is that we were remote before it was cool. Right? We had a remote workforce. And a lot of times that's not the case anymore. A lot of times it's about our culture. We want to be together. Is it? And if you look at it internally, is it a control thing? So I think it's not just about money and benefits and training. I think it's about how people really feel like they're treated by their leadership, how they show up, their collective ideas, and then also how they feel they're valued. That's what sticks people. You know what I mean? It's not just money, because that's not sustainable. That's not retention. And the last thing I'd say is that there's two ways to look at it. One, talent attracts talent. If you have talented workforce and you come in and you interview with an organization, you're like, I want to be with this team. If you flip that over, it's also talent retains talent. You start working with a really great team, you're like, I want to stay. Yeah. Where else would I go? So those things and opportunities I think that exist at Bishop Fox or other leading organizations, that's what makes the difference.
Yeah, great points. So obviously, being in recruiting, I'm sure we have open roles that we are hiring for. Where can people go if they're interested in learning more about careers at Bishop Fox?
We have an outstanding marketing department, and a lot of that content that we push out there, both in social and channels and opportunities, and shows up who we are and where we are and what we do, it's on our website. So on our careers page, you're going to find that out as well. There's a fantastic page we've created on LinkedIn. It's a life page. It talks about our people. It talks about giving back and volunteering opportunities. It talks about our different people in Mexico and opportunities we have as a global organization. So I would encourage people to check that out. Check out the roles between our consulting, our technology, back office, opportunities, sales. Tremendous time right now to be at Bishop Fox.
Yes, definitely. Fully agree. Awesome.
Well, Barry, thanks for joining us today. Really appreciate it. Thanks for giving us an update and talking about the culture here at Bishop Fox. And thanks to everyone for watching the live stream. Really appreciate it. Hope you found it informative. Be sure to check out bishopfox.com for the latest updates on tools, research, blog posts, and other awesome content. Also, one other update that I'd like to announce. We do have two winners of the Unredactor Challenge, John L. and Sean A. Want to remind everyone there's still time to enter. The contest is up and running until Sunday. So be sure to follow us on our social channels for the latest and greatest updates, and we'll see you next time.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks.